Okay. Hello. After 4 streams you joined. Well, hello. Gloomy, hello. No name, Mafia. PMP. Pathetic. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Glitch. IRL collab away. I don't know. Red. Welcome. Alright. Yep. I haven't done one of these in a little bit. Once again, I don't have like pre-recorded gameplay, but that's fine. I'll play on this account because I don't want to be like too focused and deal with people who are way stronger than me on my free-to-play account. And also people would be asking to join, so like my battles, and I don't want to deal with that. So just ask whatever you want. I'm not really going to be taking build requests. But ask whatever you want. I'm not playing on free-to-play account. No. Not on stream. Interesting, Chungus. How is it? Is it any good? There's no way that that's my first time using it, but it's the first time I've it's the first time I've equipped it in a while, so I don't really know. I just threw it on there because I had an Orion for that video that I made earlier. Which weapon do you think is going to be good for Nomad other than Revoker? I mean, it's basically the same as Surge. Well, hello. What? My game crashed. Bruh. Can I have 8 coins? No, you can't. If you keep asking, I will ban you. Oh, okay. It would appear that the bots all stopped moving when I disconnected. Because I'm the only player in the match, so that kind of makes sense. But, yeah, nah, best weapons for Nomad, like, Revoker, Stormrack, Ember Gun. Anything that can deal a lot of damage really quickly. Ban him, Red. Peace out for blood. It crashed already, I know, dude. It was literally not even 10 seconds into a match. You know, these oracles actually don't do bad damage. Ow. Can I give you 10,000 acorns? No. You know, it costs a lot of money. I don't know why I would do that. I'm not your mom. I'm not going to buy you stuff. Best weapon for Salver, I would say Strike Rocket or Pot Gun. You want something that's not direct fire, because Salver's like super squishy, and you actually don't even need to see enemies in order to use your ability. Unlike, let's say, Outlaw, for example, where you need line of sight on your enemy in order to use the ability. Salver, you literally don't, because you just need line of sight of your teammates, which is completely different. And sometimes you don't even need line of sight in order to hit on with that thing. So. Let's see how much damage you can do. Got decent inputs for this, actually. You got bad ping for some reason, but your Wi-Fi's really good. They had like a server update recently, so it would not surprise me if everything went to crap during that time. Joining the first thing I hear is I am not your mom. Well, some people need to hear it. There's a gap between the canopy and perimeter. Yes. You can fire above perimeter and also below perimeter. If you're super precise. It's not something that I'm really capable of doing. And I also don't think it's like at all practical to try to make that a strategy of any kind. Especially for anyone who's playing on mobile. Like, it literally only applies to PC players, and only the PC players who are like really obsessed with being as precise as they can, you know. So it doesn't I don't know. It never really warranted a video from me. Aegis rank 1? There's no shot that you have a rank 1 Aegis. Is that even possible? Like they'd at least get it rank 2. Ah, yeah, dude, stop spamming. You're gonna get timed out. Best weapon for Blockhorn? Probably minigun. Although this Tetra Rifle build is actually really, really solid. Tetra Rifle just in general does like a stupid amount of damage, and yeah, I mean it suffers a bit against Galvanic Hull, but you know, just fire 1 to get rid of the Galvanic for the most part. Getting precise with nades feels good. It's hard to do unless you're like leading shots. Leading shots from a distance is very cool. But yeah, as soon as your cursor is over an enemy hitbox with nade launcher, it'll auto adjust your aim and aim straight for them. And at that point, it's the game aiming for you. You can't aim any more precise than that, really. Will you buy Graviton 10 your free-to-play account? Maybe. I don't know why everybody's so invested in what I'm gonna buy on my free-to-play account, but I don't really want to get to tier 7 except to maybe get Brick House just for the sake of it. My thought is that what I might do is I might just like spend all of my... I'm gonna focus on getting Panther and Orion first, right? But then I might just kind of focus all of my attention on getting random weapons that people think are good, and basically, because I already have all the good ones, really. But I might just get a bunch of ones that people think are good just to kind of prove that they're not, even at lower SP. Or even just, you know, maybe it changes my opinion too, right? Obviously, like, it wouldn't be the first time it's happened. I should add style points to the game. Will the new loyalty program come? It already did. So the loyalty program is, I think what a lot of people think it is some completely new fancy thing where they can just get a bunch of free stuff. No, the loyalty program's literally just the daily login thing. My guy, you need to get out of my way, this bot. There we go. Jeez, bro. It's just the daily login. That's all it is. And they already updated it. Some players are now getting Tengu. I mean, even this account, that's like 4 or 5 years old. My main account. I've had Tengu for forever, really. But, yeah, now I have the Tengu in the daily login thing, and it'll just get compensated with Acorns. And so that's what that is. More than likely, it's not going to give anything, like, don't even think about getting your hopes up, guys. It's not going to give you a free surge or anything ridiculous like that. If it would absolutely solve all of your problems, then I can guarantee it's not going to happen. Like, let's be realistic about this. But it might be a nice way to get like 1,000 Acorns or something like that every month, which would be nice. But I don't know exactly what it's going to be. I don't know exactly what weapons and stuff it's going to entail, but yeah. It's just the daily login thing. Gear Hub guide? Oh, I'll make it. Yeah. I mean, I already showed you guys last stream. I showed you what my like guide information looks like, right? It's like the first thing I do, obviously, is write everything down, because you know, some videos I'll just kind of go off the cuff and I'm not going to script it. But if it's a in-depth guide, especially if it's an in-depth guide, I'm going to script it pretty heavily, and I'm going to make sure that I have all the notes necessary that I'll want for the video. And so, well, let me get this guy. Hey there, buddy. Come on, get yourself. Aw. If you logged in every day for a year, then we should get a good reward. I mean, I don't disagree with that. I'm all hello. How are you? Updated Gear Hub guide when? I don't have a time frame for it necessarily. I'm working on a different one right now. A different guide. Which, by the way, like, during this stream, I will be taking notes about different video ideas that you guys want to see, specifically in terms of guides and advice. Random challenge stuff, we can save that for another time. But specifically in terms of guides and advice, if there's something that somebody asks about, and I think like, oh, that's a question that gets asked a lot, then I'll probably make a video about it. Revoker Stormrack for Deathwalker. In my opinion, Revoker Deathwalker is not very good because Deathwalker is actually not that fast. So it's going to be difficult to close that distance. I think Stormrack's better. Monster Advice Episode 1. Why aren't you uploading on the Frontiers channel? The main thing, a thing that I've kind of noticed about myself is that when I start recording, I kind of get into like this like recording mode, and I kind of suck when I'm playing Frontiers. Unless I'm not recording and I'm like taking it more casual, I usually kind of suck. And I'm also not like 100% sure how I want to go about that channel just yet. Because I have two different, like very different types of videos. Videos that I could definitely get behind making more of them. I could definitely enjoy the process of both. Like one was like a lot more entertainment based. One was just like a general, basically just like a mech review. Which is sort of more around the lines of what I do here, but I don't really know if I want to do what I do here in that game. Like, I'm already giving advice simply because I'm pretty patient and I can deal with people and I can deal with that. But I don't know if that's really what I want to do, so I haven't fully decided. And also, yes, skill issue. I don't think anyone's gonna watch if I suck at the game. Ask you if I should level up my gear hub from the Mech Arena database as quick as possible, or buy the best things in every tier and then move on. There are some things that you should get, and some things that you don't need. In my opinion, the only things that you really need to get are, or at least the things that'll like actually help you massively, are like Revoker, Stormrack, and Podgun are the main three. Apart from that, you can skip it and you can skip any of the others and you'll be fine. You would like seeing me struggle. Yeah, but I think most people don't. And there's a difference, right? There's a difference between struggling in terms of like a challenge and struggling just because you're like excruciatingly bad at the game. There's a difference. One is you purposely like you're good enough at the game and you're just making it hard for yourself. And then the other one's just like cringing, kind of sad. What's your real name? Okay, well, you can ask any question, but I'm not necessarily going to answer any question. What's the loyalty program? I already explained that to somebody else. It's just a daily login thing. It's just this. When they said, like, oh, you know, there's just going to be, like, mechs and weapons and pilots and I think they said and more, which probably just means implants. I can't imagine what else it means. It's just this daily login thing. But, yeah. I mean, clearly I already have Tengu. Once I get here, I'll just get 1,000 A coins. That's pretty nice. I mean, it's better than the freaking amateur crate or whatever gold crate I think is what used to be there. Who's a better player, you or Mare? I like to think that I am, but, you know, to be fair, I've played a lot of competitive, like, tournaments in this game, and he really hasn't. At least not for a long time. I think maybe he used to, but... New account? This... yeah, this is my free-to-play account. I already have all of these maxed out. Disc Launcher 8 or Podgun 8? Podgun 8 is... Podgun is pretty much better than Disc Launcher in every way at this point. There is no mech that I would say does better with Disc Launcher than it would with Podgun. There's some that can do good with Disc Launcher, but it'll always do better with Podgun. That's what I'm trying to say. Today you got Legendary Suppressor Radius. I mean, you could hold on to it. I think it's pretty safe to get rid of it because you're probably not going to get a suppressor for a really long time. But to be fair, we haven't seen any of the heavier energy variants for suppressor. We don't really know how it's going to perform, so if you wanted to hold on to it just for the sake of argument, it's not the worst idea. Hello. What's this bot doing? He's tweaking. Come on. That's ridiculous, bro. There you go. Is Revoker worth buying for 6,000 acorns? Don't get the acorn ones. Do you know about the 6? Or no, the 6 is... No, the 8? Or no, he's talking about the credit ones. Yeah, the Revoker 6 and 10, get those. I would get Stormrack first, but you should probably get Revoker as well. Imagine if you got a free rank 5 Revoker 16, yeah. See, that's the problem, is that it starts with imagine if this happened, and then everybody starts to be like, oh... And then everybody basically starts to plan their entire weekend around it. This is what happens to me every time I do a giveaway. Someone's like, I've already like planned out everything that I'm gonna do if I win. It's like, don't do that. You're setting yourself up for disappointment. What's worth rank up Sentinel or Ares or Zephyr? None of them. Don't rank up any of them. In fact, until you get to tier 7 and get Surge and Eclipse, you should not be ranking up any of your mechs. It is one of the most common mistakes. In fact, let me write that down. I mean, I've talked about this a couple times, and this is not the first time I thought about it, but I don't think I've written it down yet. People clearly need to hear that, though. Like, one of the most common mistakes, especially that free-to-play players use, or that not use, but do. One of the most common mistakes is ranking up low-tier stuff. You waste your credits upgrading it, you waste your A coins ranking it up, and you end up with something that is not even good. Gatecrasher or Onyx? Neither, if you can help it. But if I had to pick one, probably Onyx. Do you think Onyx Quad Rocket should get a buff? It's a tier 8 mech, so yeah, probably. I mean, like, if the game... If mods are in the game to keep for keeps, right? And that's just like a permanent fixture. by the time you're in tier 8, yeah, you're gonna be fighting people with mods. You're gonna have mods on your mechs. Even with the updated, you know, thing where you can't get it unless it's rank 6. Like, there's gonna be a lot of mods, and they really should buff a lot of things accordingly. How to properly grind credits. It's mostly in the events, my guy. Any of these that you can finish, 2v2, look at this. 7,500, 15,000, just from finishing this. But I feel like a lot of people just don't bother with it. A lot of people are like, oh, this is mildly inconvenient and not particularly easy, so I'm just gonna, like, not even bother trying. But mostly, like, also just, like, don't waste your time, you know? Like, when... You gotta, like, manage your battle points as well, because you can get a lot of crates. Just by grinding, and then the crates can give you some credits as well. And... yeah, so, like, right now, I mean, look, there's this thing right here, but I know as soon as I click this, because it has a little notification bell, as soon as I click this, it's going to give me a crate, and it's going to reset my battle points. So what I'm doing right now is I'm actually playing battles to clear out my battle points first, so that I can get crates from them. And then I'm going to claim this, and then it's going to reset, and then I can do it all over again. If I did it now, I'd lose this potential extra 180 points, which is 1.8 crates. Unless I have a modifier, which I don't, or a booster, sorry, which I don't. So, yeah, you get more crates by just don't collect this immediately. It's not going to help you. Don't do that. Try to manage it as best as possible. It's also a good idea to know when the points reset. So the first one's at 400 when the season resets. I think the first one's at 400, and then 700, and then 1,000, and then 1,500, and then 2,000, and then 3,000, and then 5,000, and then 7,000, and then 10,000. Off the top of my head, I think that is how it goes. So that way I can look up here, and I can see, you know, oh, I'm at 800. So, you know, let's say I have some battle points, but if I played one more match, then it would put me over 1,000. That would mean that instead of being able to clear it twice by claiming it now, and then playing one, and then being able to claim it again, instead of being able to clear it twice, I'd only be able to clear it once if I passed 1,000. If you get what I'm saying. It's like, let's pretend this is 960, right? And if I played one more, it'd get me over 1,000. What would be the best idea in that case, even though I have some points left, would actually be to reset it, get my points back, and then play and clear those points, and then be able to clear it again, because by that time I'll be over 1,000. I'll be able to clear it all over again, and then you just get more crates out of it. But otherwise, yeah, just like don't waste a bunch of time playing if you don't have any combat points, or if you're like if there's no events that are like if you're not getting any rewards, then like don't even bother. Also, achievements are absolutely a waste of time. Don't waste your time on those. Yeah, you can get some resources from those, but you literally, it's such a waste of time, okay? Best mech in tier 7. Surgery Eclipse, depending on your situation. Next weapon in Gear Hub. Probably Savant by the looks of things. Because they added a Savant implant to... I'm gonna go straight for middle with this. They added a Savant implant to... what's it called? The Battle Pass. With a lot of practice, it is possible to use snipers effectively by exploiting that gap, am I right? Not really. That requires that people, like, actually... It basically requires enemy cooperation, like, to some extent. You know, like, people aren't just gonna be standing there, standing still. At that point, you may as well just be using Tetra Rifle. EMs and railguns kind of both somewhat rely on double damage chance anyway. In which case, Galvanical is gonna absorb a lot of that damage. So just getting the shield pierce from Tetra Rifle and having the Galvanic absorb that extra damage. It's kind of just better. Like, yeah, technically you could get some good results with it, but not like it's never gonna be like a this is actually competitive worthy type thing. If you get what I'm saying. Oh yeah, so OP, bro. Best build for Parasite, probably Minigun. You just want like really, really good consistent damage, that's all. Please no. Oh. I'm so dead, bro. When will Savant be in game currency? I don't know, bro. It's probably on a Friday at some point, but I don't know. Oh wow. Just use Gauss because it has the same damage for all ranges. This is true. This is true. It makes it kind of OP. What about Podgun? For what? Podgun's good. People use Podgun competitively, even like at max level. It's definitely worth getting. I feel like it's kind of underappreciated. Like, there are quite a lot of people who use it, but I feel like they kind of use it on the wrong stuff most of the time. Or at least use it, like, in the wrong way. Like, Podgun Deathwalker is a pretty common thing to see. I don't know why people use it, but they do. Deathwalker, Dreadnought, or Laser Swing. Probably Deathwalker. I mean, Dreadnought's... Okay, Dreadnought's an easy last pick. Like, I can easily put Dreadnought in last place in that scenario, but... The difference between Deathwalker and Lacewing is... Deathwalker is really OP, obviously. And is very strong pretty much all the time. Lacewing is a bit more situational and kind of map dependent, but the maps that Lacewing is good on, it's literally like the most broken thing in the entire game. Like, actually it is. And in those cases, Lacewing would be more OP than Deathwalker. But that is kind of map dependent, right? So probably overall Deathwalker is. Are there any good build options for Deathwalker outside of Stormrack? I mean, it's a really strong mech, so, you know, similar to like Surge and Eclipse, you can use it with almost anything and get some decent results, but I wouldn't say you're, like, there's really nothing else that you're going to get competitive level results with, no. Except for maybe Minigun. Minigun's actually a good choice for it. Does Tetra Rifle have damage fall off? It does not. My stream is lagging a little bit. I had to catch up. 52K, how'd you get so much by not spending them? I mean, to be fair, I had 60,000, but I spent some on implants. Dreadnought is OP for SP droppers. Well, if you're an SP dropper, then you're kind of a loser. Should there be mechs that can crawl on walls? I feel like that would break a lot of maps. I don't know. If they kind of changed maps, I wouldn't mind, but I don't know about that. Lacewing or Orion? That's an easy pick. Lacewing's much better. Your friend's trying to save up and buy EM6s? Well, that's his loss. There is no legendary 6 or 8 energy weapon that's worth spending A coins on. Like, actually none. Unless, well, I was gonna say like maybe Stormwreck 8, so you could use multiple, or maybe Revoker 8, so you could use multiple Revoker builds. But I actually think that double 12 Revoker and double 10 Revoker is more effective than 16 and 8. So yeah, even still, I kind of wouldn't say that the 8s are really worth getting. I'll do that just so he doesn't mess me up. But yeah, they're all very expensive, and they're really, like, they're not that strong. It's an 8 energy weapon, a 6 energy weapon, like. You could be spending all of those acorns for buying epic mechs, or legendary mechs even, like, for the most part. Stormwreck or Revoker 10 first. I recommend most people to get Stormwreck 10 first. But it kind of depends on what mechs you have. If you have Nomad, Surge, or Eclipse, then you could probably get Revoker first. Ah, fine. Typical, hello. If you can ask anything, please give social security number. You can ask anything, I'm not gonna necessarily answer. Who's the first ever OCC of Mech Arena? That would be Skip. He's indeed the OG. Both in our hearts and just in general. Stormhammer, hello. How are you? Someone needs to get that guy. Ow. Okay, bye. Panther minigun or Eclipse minigun? I would go with Eclipse. I mean, just because Eclipse is stronger. Panther's okay, but I mean, obviously. What are you doing, guy? That's strange. Really? Okay. I kind of want to upgrade my mods for Bastion. I feel like it has a potential to be like really good against most of like the super OP scouts, but it seems to die really quickly. Your friend has maxed out Paragon? Yeah, well, some people do that and then they wonder why they have no acorns. Cold, hello. Revoker or Podgun for Eclipse? If you play a lot of CPC like I do, Podgun's gonna be better, probably. But for like, especially free-for-all tournament, Revoker's gonna be a lot better. Panther or Killshot, it depends on what your hanger looks like. If you need something that's fast, then go for kill shot. What did you eat today? So far, nothing. Exactly, he complains about that only. I mean, like, it's his own fault, buddy. I don't know. People are crazy. Stormrack 6 or Disruptor 6? Stormrack is way better. Disruptor is not that good. Like, it's okay, but you could easily just never get Disruptor and still do perfectly fine. I think Bastion might be super good, but then again, it sucks, so I don't know. The problem... Actually, like, the biggest problem that it has is that its EMP time is just so freaking short. Do you like Onyx? I don't know. It's like it's kind of basic. It's not a mech that I've used a ton lately, especially. I don't dislike it. It's just not one of those like go-to mechs for me. Good weapons for Panther. I mean, depending on what tier you're in, kind of determines what the bar is. But when you first get it, I think Graviton Beam is one of the best weapons you could put on it. Oh, freaking! Oh, you got me through my mod too. That's freaking cheater. Is that a player? Do I have a player in this match? I might. Yeah, Bob. Hey, Bob. It's crazy when I'm paying attention. Endgame Panther, I'd go with Stormrack. I mean, like, you could do minigun just as, like, a full-on suppressor type thing. Because the shield... I guess depends on what type of mid-game you're going for. Or endgame, sorry. Okay, buddy. I'm gonna save it for this guy. No, I'm not. Left. Rostom. You're so obnoxious. You're not dealing any damage, but you're so obnoxious. Okay. Well, that ended well. Okay, Bob died. That's good. That's good. Anyway, yeah, like, if you're playing in a team... Like, if you're playing competitive clan war type endgame, then minigun can do pretty good just because the shield is really, really helpful for that type of thing. But if you're playing solo competitor, like solo endgame type thing, I would go with Stormrack, because Panther's just, like, extremely weak in terms of HP. So it's not going to last much, if anything. Stop that. Other than minigun and storm, what else for Panther? Competitively, nothing. I mean, you're really giving the game a lot of credit, assuming that, you know, end game competitive type level thing. There's actually other options than those two things. If you wanted to just do kind of decently with it, then miniguns, or not minigun, graviton beam's probably fine. Any high damage sustained fire weapons usually pretty good, just because, you know, Panther's got an indestructible shield. Like, what are they gonna do? Take your shield down. So, at least there's that. But otherwise, yeah, no, if you want to play any type of competitive level, Stormrack and minigun, the only two options. Do you like having Redeemer on your free-to-play hanger? It's not that good. I find myself preferring Aegis just because it has protection. I mean, it's nice to have a mech that's fast. but it's a little bit too aggro for me. Like, most of my enemies on that account are stronger than I am, which means if I go aggro on them, most of the time they're gonna kill me and I'm not gonna kill them. Is Blockhorn good with Graviton Beam? Define good, you know? Like, Graviton Beam suffers a lot to mods, so there is no mech, period, that you're going to see using Graviton Beam in, like, a competitive hangar, you know? You could see some mech, I mean, like, I'm clearly an endgame, I clearly am an endgame player, and I'm using some weird stuff, freaking Savant Breakouts, which is obviously not, like, a competitive thing. So that's kind of, and like Tetra Rifle as well. It's like, this is what I would consider good, but it's not good enough to where I'd use this in a clan war unless I knew it was going to be kind of easy. Then I might. But yeah, no, this is not a build that I would consider for like actual competitive gameplay. But it is good just generally. Ares or Redeemer. I can already tell that you want to know which one you should be ranking up. You may or may not have already ranked up Ares to rank 4. Just do yourself a favor and stop. Just do yourself a favor and stop right now. Don't rank up anything else. Can you ask me anything? You can ask me anything. I may not answer it. If it's really weird, I'm just not going to answer. There's no guarantee that I answer every question. But you can ask. Alright, let's go. Best 32 energy mech excluding tier 9. Well, tier 8 only has... Oh no, Solus. Solus is in tier 8. So there you go. Solus is very good. But it's not. Bro, these bots are all up in my business. Get out of my freaking way, dude! I'm gonna lose my mind. It's not happening, buddy. It is simply not happening. Happening is not the thing that it is. I died of this dude's blast RPG. That's crazy. You want to ask for replacing them? What do you mean? If you have... Oh, yeah, that makes sense. If you have... What was it? Did you rank up Ares to 16 energy? No. Like I just said, don't rank up anything. There should be 0 rank ups until you're in tier 7. The only thing that's acceptable to rank up is before then. If you're a free-to-play player anyway, if you bought some stuff, then like you probably have some decent mechs, but especially if you're free-to-play. The only things that are acceptable to rank up before then are like Storm Racks, so you can use 2 of them. Maybe also Graviton Beam to be able to use 2 of them on Panther. And that's about it. Like anything further than that, there should be 0 rank ups. that's not good. I'm done. Get Redeemer or Aegis. I mean, I personally prefer Aegis. I have both of them on my free-to-play account, and the Aegis does way more for me than the Redeemer does. You don't have a meta hanger, you're not in games with mods yet? Okay. I don't know if that's providing context to anything. Revoker or Aegis or Orion or Panther to rank up. Don't rank up any of them, like I just said. Until you're in tier 7 and you have both Eclipse and Surge, there should be 0 mech rank ups. Literally none, no exceptions. Why? Because it is a waste of credits and a waste of A-coins. It's just making it take longer for you to get Surge and Eclipse. What are you going to do? You're going to rank up your 16 energy mech to be 18 energy? It's literally like the most disgustingly minute benefit that I could possibly think of, but it wastes a ton of credits and a ton of A-coins. You get 1 tier star from it, so it's not like you're even progressing faster that way. You're just slowing yourself down. Don't do it. Most of the time, all of those mechs that you're ranking up get replaced. Best weapon for Aegis, minigun or Stormrack, one of those two. Guys, you're not doing yourself a favor when you ask for best weapon, you know? Like, the best weapon is going to be one of, like, the top 4 most meta weapons. Always. The game's not that complicated. You said in your free-to-play guide to rank up Aegis? Yeah. No, I definitely would change some of my opinions there. But I mean, I just said 5 minutes ago to not rank up anything, so. But another thing to note about the free-to-play guide is that was based on progressing as fast as possible, which I wouldn't consider that to be the top priority. Like now I have a better understanding of like what does and doesn't work to a point where I can confidently say, I could confidently tell people how to get to tier 7 at very least, while getting both the most effective and the cheapest stuff. Like I could do both, but back then it was just I wasn't really sure exactly what stuff actually worked in terms of weapons, especially. Because, like, you don't... Sometimes you fight players with mods, sometimes you don't. But, yeah. And then there's also, like, more weapons came out, obviously. But then, yeah. But my main goal with that first guide was just to get it through it as fast as possible. Which I did mention in the video, by the way. Will I reach 1K subs this year? Let's find out. Let me check you. Go to channel. Press the wrong thing. 866. Yeah, I think so. Unless you like legit just like ghost YouTube for the entire year. I think you'll be fine. You got more competition though. There's more channels popping up for Mech Arena. Should I rank upgrade my Orion to put double Stormrack on it? Clarifying question. Are you in tier 7? Do you have Surge and Eclipse yet? Because I'm going to tell you the same thing that I just said 7 times. If you don't have Surge and Eclipse, do not make a single rank up for any reason on any mech. No exceptions. Unless you bought one. Like if you bought like a rank 3 surge or something, like yeah, go ahead, rank it up. But especially if you're a free-to-play player specifically, and you're buying stuff at base gear hub level, there should not be a single mech rank up involved at all ever. You could avoid upgrades entirely. Like shouldn't even don't even get mechs to level 7. Don't do that. You're wasting your credits that way. You know, it takes for a rank 4 mech to get a rank 4 mech from level 1 to level 7 in order to be able to rank it up even. Before you're even able to rank it up, you have to first spend 250,000 credits. What could you do if you had 250,000 more credits in your account right now? What could you do with that? Because that's what you would have if you didn't spend it all on upgrades for a thing that you're not even going to keep. A thing that you're not even going to rank up. A thing that's not even that good. And then multiply that by however many mechs that you have at level 7. Probably at least 3. Top 5 mechs for endgame. That's basically a tier list video, though. I thought about doing like a top 20 builds tier list, like collab with Sentry, but he ended up quitting. So we never ended up doing it. Use Panther at Disc Launcher 16. I'm not taking build requests, sorry. Your rank 3 mech dies in 3 hits except Onyx. Well, again, if you spent money on mechs that are... If you spent money on low rank mechs, then feel free to rank them up. Because the whole point of not spending A coins on rank ups is so that you can get the better high tier mechs, right? If you already have them, if you already bought them, go ahead and rank them up. Now, Onyx is not one of them. Onyx is not the best. But again, you know, what are you gonna do? You're gonna spend, I don't know, the better part of 2,000 A coins, making it so that your Guardian can take one more hit than it otherwise could. Like the cost to benefit is so bad on rank ups. And again, these are things that you're not gonna keep long term, I guarantee you. So I'm genuinely like, you're doing yourself a favor by not ranking these up. Should you buy Orion or Panther first? I prefer Orion, I think. Panther's good, but I think Orion's probably better. Best weapon for Panther that you didn't expect to work. It's an interesting question. I'd first have to think about all the weapons that I wouldn't expect Panther to work with. And then I'd have to think about which ones actually did decently. Because I feel like Panther's pretty straightforward. Like, you could pretty accurately guess what's going to work well with it. Like I said before, weapons that deal a lot of damage but take a long time, you know, like sustained fire weapons like minigun. Those work good on Panther because Panther has a long time for protection. It has 10 seconds of protection, at least 10 seconds of protection time if you use the shield well. And so it just makes sense that that's going to be a good weapon to use on a Panther, and it's not like anything aside from that I wouldn't really know. Should you rank up your 10 energy weapons for second copy? Some of them, yes, but ultimately I would still focus on saving for Eclipse and Surge because they're so expensive. Why ad features not available for new players? I don't know. They're just messing with it. Yeah, Cold, I'm doing solo. I don't wanna worry about having to invite people. Because I'm just focusing on chat. What's the best max upgraded mech and weapon pair for each mech and a hanger? if you're playing CPC, pretty much this, except swap this Outlaw with, like, a Strike Rocket Solus, maybe. Maybe a Seeker. Depending on whether or not you're super aggro or if you're somebody who plays somewhat, who plays support. If you're playing with a team, then it's good to have one support build. Not everybody needs one, but it's good for at least a couple. Like, at least 3 players on a 5-player team should have one support build. Also, yeah, don't ask for hanger reviews. I'm not going to do it. Do you know how to get Eclipse for free? Yeah, save a stupid amount of acorns. If there was a quick and easy way to get tons of Acoins and get Eclipse, then everyone would already have it, bro. Like, you'd already know about it. If you have a 20 energy weapon, then it's worth it to 2x a 10 energy. Yes. But, you know, when, like, before you even buy Surge and Eclipse, what mechs are you going to have at 20 energy? None, unless you rank them up, or if you get Panther. Panther is the only exception. I would say it's acceptable to rank up either Graviton Beam 10, because that's going to actually do really, really well at that level. Graviton Beam 10 or Storm Rack 10. Those are the only 2 acceptable options to duplicate in terms of weapons before you get Surge and Eclipse. After you get Surge and Eclipse, then go crazy with stuff, because there's really nothing after Tier 7 that you even really need. As a free-to-play player, like, there's like Deathwalker or whatever, but you can't get that. Not only is it in Tier 9, but it's not a free-to-play mech, so... You just, like, after those 2, there's, like, literally nothing that you even really need. So just go crazy with upgrades after that, but get them first because they're kind of the most important thing. Panther Orion, which is best to buy. I would myself on my account, I'd get Orion first. But that's mostly because I already have Aegis. Panther works very similarly to Aegis. If you don't have Aegis for whatever reason, then maybe getting Panther first is a good idea. But it's kind of up to you. Getting both is a good idea. Is there a way to drop SP droppers? I keep losing to them, that darn Nomad with Revoker 16. I mean, you could SP drop alongside them, but I wouldn't really recommend that. No, not really. Unfortunately, there's no consequences for SP droppers. Yet. I would hope that eventually there might be, but I don't know. I have tried to, like, log into my high SP account to try to drop them just to see if the game would be nice to me, but it never happened. It's worth a shot, though. Hey, is that a player? It's gotta be. Yeah. I was a player this entire time. I wasn't even paying attention, bro. That's crazy. I want to go into the middle with this Bastion. You're not in Tier 9, you're in Tier 3. What would you say is the best second weapon you can buy? It means best second weapon. I don't know what you mean by best second weapon. Hey, buddy. Yeah. What should we get instead of ranking up Aegis? What do you mean? In terms of what? In terms of you're just overflowing with Acoins and you absolutely have to spend them? No, legitimately the whole point of me saying that is for you to not get anything. To save your Acoins. To buy Search and Eclipse in Tier 7. Spend, like, get as many credit-based things as you can to move into that tier. Like, that's the whole point. Move off to this side. Okay, yeah. Oh, I got close. I got close. What's the best weapon you could buy in tier 3? Oh. What does tier 3 have? Kind of nothing. Ember Gun 6, I guess? Yeah, probably. Let's top that. This poor guy. Oh, he's got an EMR for right? Are Graviton Beams good when my SP is 2500? Yeah, I think so. I'd say Gravitons are probably good up until like maybe 6,000 or 7,000 SP. That's what I would guess. What do you have to say about haters? Honestly, I don't really have, like, nobody's really mean to me. I'm not gonna say everybody's super nice, but, you know, I'm like, I try my best not to say anything that's super stupid, so it's not like people really have much to complain about, I feel like. You do keep about a minute or more between repeating this. If I don't read it and like consciously say like, "Hey, I'm not answering that," then that just means that I didn't see it. Feel free to repeat yourself. What are your overall thoughts on Mimicker based purely on its performance? It's very mid. Like the purpose of Mimicker is essentially just to be pretty decent at everything, which makes it not particularly good at anything. It's a very forgettable mech. Like it could literally not exist, and I don't think the game would be any lesser for it. It's a fun mech, but it's like it doesn't really serve a role. So I wouldn't say that it's very good. We can be meaner if it helps. I mean, it's up to you. Add to the ban list, bro. Amal, you gotta go? Alright, bye-bye. In your semi-competitive hangar, you have Minigun, Eclipse, and Revoker Surge, and my other mechs are Parasite, Vortex, and Salver. What weapons should I use for those 3 for competitive? Parasite, Vortex, and Salver. Salver Podgun is an easy choice. I mean, like, if you have Strike Rocket, that's probably better. For CPC, I don't know if you play CPC competitive, but yeah. Parasite and Vortex, kind of the only good Vortex build is Stormrack, sadly. So you're kind of stuck with that. And then Parasite, Minigun, Overdriver, maybe a second Stormrack build. I wouldn't recommend a second Minigun build if you're already using Minigun and Eclipse. To be honest, like, Minigun's good, but it's not that good. But using a second Stormrack build is kind of like you're never gonna regret that, really. Is Repeater better than Ember Gun? Absolutely not. Repeater is like barely better than Fragment Gun. And Fragment Gun's a rare weapon. You play CPC exclusively, okay. Strike Rocket's a bit better in CPC. What's this guy? Oh, that's an Orion, it looks like. Uh-oh. Okay, he's gone. Which is fine by me. have to kill him first. Wait. I mean, it does kind of suck for you that Blast RPG literally does not deal damage. Literally, I had 3 bots on me, and the Gemini was the only thing that was able to deal any damage to me, bro. Blast RPG is so sad. It doesn't deal damage, dude. It does not deal damage. Why do you use minigun 12 and not 16 on what? Eclipse? Eclipse, when you max out Eclipse, it's 24 energy, not 16, so I don't know why you'd use 16. What is something that you want to do in Mech Arena but can't? That's pretty easy. I want to be able to build mechs in ways that, like, you wouldn't really expect them to be built, and actually have it work. You know? My biggest problem with the game, honestly, is, I mean, among all of just, I'm talking about, like, the gameplay aspect of the game, not, like, the money or resource grinding, whatever stuff. But my biggest problem with the gameplay is that there are some mechs and there are some weapons, and the weapons that work on a mech are absolutely just determined by the ability. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no implants or mods that, or pilots or anything that you could equip on, let's say a brick house. There's nothing that you could equip on a brick house that would make it good with close quarters weapons. Like, you could, if you play enough battles, you'll get a match where you get decent results. Sure, you know, you play enough, and eventually you'll get a couple good matches, but you're never going to get consistently good results with it, because there's just nothing that you can do to make it work. But I wish that was a thing. I wish that you could build mechs in different ways to, you know, focus on speed or damage or survivability or whatever, you know, as opposed to just, like, the mech is what it is, and it's either good or it's not, and that's basically it. When did you start playing Mech Arena? 4 or 5 years ago? Dawn Boy. It's a bold assumption. It's a bold assumption. Good alternative to Deathwalker, other than any tier 9. Do I play Minecraft? No, I don't. Replacement for Deathwalker, Nomad. Maybe Vortex, but I'd say Nomad's better. Deathwalker is the aggro kamikaze build, essentially. Nomad can do that very well, except that it dies. And Deathwalker, obviously, when it dies, it just respawns, and there's pretty much no consequences for being super aggro. In fact, the more aggressive you are with Deathwalker, the more likely it is to work out for you. Nomad can be aggressive, and it can get good results from being aggressive, but yeah, it only has 1 life, obviously. And Vortex is kind of the same, except it survives maybe slightly longer, but it's less capable of being aggressive than Nomad is, so I'd rank Vortex below Nomad. How to get many A-coins. Spending money, not spending A-coins. Best free-to-play mech. Eclipse and Surge are both free-to-play, and those are the top 2 mechs in the game, just in general. If you put an enormous amount of time into practicing shooting through that gap, you can make snipers work. No, not really. Like, I know what you're trying to get at, but that's like a lot of effort for something that like, honestly is not gonna kill anything. Because you still have the Hardened Hull, you still have the Galvanic Hull, you still have the base HP. You're not gonna be, like, going crazy super pro gamer 360 no-scope one-shotting people. Like, it's not Call of Duty, you know? That's not gonna happen, really. So it's gonna take a lot of time. And you really couldn't do it reliably, especially against somebody who's kind of in your face. There's kind of just no reason. Could you make it work? Sure. Would it ever be a meta thing where this is like an actual, like, you know, top tier good idea? No, I don't think so. It's just a thing that you could do to show off. That's basically it. Those Gemini mimickers, bro. Favorite mech and weapon pair? I don't really have one. I like just changing up stuff. I don't really have one mech or weapon that I constantly go back to. I mean, minigun's just like a classic. It's probably my overall favorite weapon, but in terms of mechs, I really don't know. Parasite's a lot of fun, but I do typically just have a lot of fun with the stuff that's newer because I haven't used it with a ton of things, and I'm just kind of like enjoying learning the mech, you know. I am cooked. Yeah, okay. Is Quantum better than Long Arm? I mean, yeah, I guess so. You're losing by a lot, fellas. There's not even a player in this match. Literally bots. That's crazy. Well, that's not good. No, okay, yeah, friggin' destroyed. Worst legendary mech, Brick House. Sad but true. Old players have advantage of free credits from ads. Yeah. Only if they play mobile, though. My main account actually technically has ads, but I don't log in on mobile, so I never end up claiming. Tips for tournaments. I say just like don't go all in on trying to get first. If it's looking like you're probably not gonna get it, don't waste your time, bro. Take what you can get. Shoot for like second. I think like anything above 5th place is, or 6th place. I think anything above 6th place is honestly like it's you get decent rewards, and that's worth doing. You can kind of keep yourself from going insane by not playing quite so much. Why do you use minigun 12 more than 16? Because Eclipse, mostly. Also, I think the 12 came out before the 16. And for the longest time, there weren't any mechs that were even really good with minigun that were heavy. Blockhorn. And Deathwalker, I guess, are kind of the only good mechs with minigun, to be honest. Maybe Panther. I guess Panther too, yeah. But there's just a lot more. There's a lot more better mechs that can be used with the 12. Like most tanks typically, most tanks typically prefer minigun as like one of their top weapons. And yeah, most tanks are obviously 24 energy max and not 32. Is Nomad worth purchasing even if I already have Surge and Eclipse? I would say that Nomad is only worth getting if you already have Surge and Eclipse. Like, you should not use Nomad to replace either of them. Like I said before, this is like, except for this Outlaw, replace this with like a Strike Rocket Soulless or something. This is pretty much a top hanger. This last build is essentially just like a whatever you want type of thing. Like, these 4 are basically all must-haves. This Eclipse is often used with Revoker instead of Minigun. My personal preference is Minigun, but a lot of people use Revoker instead, so, you know, just keep that in mind. But yeah, like possibly 2 Revoker, 2 Stormrak. These are basically must-have builds. And then this last one's just kind of up to you, like whatever. Some people do use Nomad. Some people do use like a Revoker Nomad. It is good. It is effective, especially if you prefer to play like super aggressive, so long as you have other teammates that are willing to play the support roles. If you're playing like, you know, clan war type thing. So yeah, I mean, Sentry used Nomad competitively, and it works pretty good. But sometimes people use Nomad, sometimes people use Seeker, sometimes people use Salvor or Solus. It depends on kind of what you want. But yeah, no, Nomad is not bad, but you should only use it, like, you should not get it to replace either of the Surge or Eclipse. It's not that good. It's not a replacement for them. Do you like Aegis? Yeah, I like Aegis. Follow up about Mech Rolls video. That was really cool. As in, like, did I leave? I don't remember if I left that video off on a weird spot. Like, I feel like I more or less covered everything, and there's really not much that I could do with a second follow-up video outside of just saying the exact same things, but just slightly differently in a different video. You know? If I did leave it off without giving some information, then yeah, let me know. Super shorts, you're going? Okay. Take care. Lucky laser. Okay. I have no fast things. Is Zephyr worth buying? Yeah, it's not bad. Don't upgrade it or rank it up, obviously. But I think it's... so long as you're buying it in tier 5, I think it's worth getting, just because by that point you don't really have anything better. Buddy, I'm gonna kindly ask you to stop what you're doing. Set your luck, or freaking amazing, dude. I love this build. This is a good build. Again, this is a good build. You can do really, really good stuff with this. But it's not a competitive level good build. Those are kind of different. You couldn't fight in a clan war against people with... against, like, you know, an organized team of top-level players and get good results with this build. I mean, probably. Not consistent results, I should say. Like, you could probably get lucky with it once or twice, but... you're not going to get consistently good results with it. Oh, okay, bye-bye. Best weapon for Deathwalker, just in general, is Stormrak. There's not a whole lot of conversation that needs to be had about that. You could use your Evoker and Deathwalker in 2v2 and get good results. But Stormrak is still better, I'd say. Because again, the problem is Deathwalker's speed. You can't reliably chase people down with a Deathwalker. Maybe you can sometimes, but not reliably. Bye-bye. Where's this guy? He's a... Really? 2 of them? Okay. He's got 2 kills. Did he quit the match? I'm so confused. Where'd he go? Like, I don't see him anywhere. Buddy. Viper or pod gun? Viper's not that good. Get back on. I'm dead. I mean, yeah, whatever. I wanted to attach to this guy, but whatever. It's fine. Really? The Viper rocket curves to this dude. That was not what I was aiming at. Stupid. That's the problem with Viper, is that the rockets are literally 50% of the damage output is in the rockets. And they're so inconsistent. To a point where it's gonna mess you up, you know? It's gonna mess you up. Oh, he's right there. How did he get, like, no kills during all of that? What was he doing? Could be a problem. That could be a problem. Let's just, mutually agree that he's a nerd. He's not gonna respawn here, is he? No, I think that's my teammate one. They don't look any different. I feel like this should. Upgrade Revoker 10 or Stormwreck 10 first? I'd say Stormwreck, personally. Oh, he's got a Graviton Bastion. Let's go, dude. Gamer. Absolute gamer. Really? Well, SP droppers stop tournament. It's so hard against them. As soon as it stops being beneficial. I mean, they do it because it gets them easier A-coins. Basically just, you know, they're cheating, obviously. Oh, he's actually gonna kill me. No, we pass him on. We pass him on. There's only 5 seconds left, but, like, bro. Imagine. That was close. Disc Launcher 8 or Pod Gun 8? I already said. I said toward the beginning of the stream. Pod Gun's basically just better than Disc Launcher in every way. There's some theoretical benefits to Disc Launcher, but it doesn't really stack up in terms of practicality. How would you rank Perma Stealth, Perma Stasis, Cryo Launcher Tango on the gamer build scale? That's a pretty gamer build. What's your opinion of Parasite? It's better than I gave it credit for to begin with. When it was new, I think I said that it was, like, not that good. And in general, I might still say that it's probably overall less effective than Blockhorn. But Blockhorn's pretty good. Like, people do use Blockhorn competitively sometimes. Or Disc Launcher's usable endgame? Absolutely not. Good Eclipse build that can work both short and mid-range 16 energy. I mean, like, Overdriver, I guess, if you have that. I'm not gonna say Viper. Viper is not it. Viper's really bad. Viper's only really usable at like 60 meters or closer, and that's not really mid-range. Stormrack's okay. Graviton would be decent, but it's only 16 energy. A single Graviton's not good. No close quarters weapons because you said mid-range. I mean, like Tetra Rifle. But that's... yeah. I mean, if you have good leveled, minigun's good at mid-range, but you kind of need to have the weapon leveled up and also the recoil implant. So that's kind of an issue. Podgun, I think, would probably be one of your best options. There aren't many weapons that do good both at close range and at mid range, because the problem with being being at close range is that you're then competing with Revoker, and so unless you have some like Revoker level OPness, you're... I didn't mean it like that. It's... unless it's Revoker levels of OP at close range, you're gonna lose close range. So at that point, you know, you may as well just focus on mid-range. Did you set up that third hanger slot for a video idea? Oh, I forgot this was like that. Technically, yes, but it ended up not happening. I don't usually like to leave I don't like to leave like mechs in my hangar without weapons, because then people think that I'm tanking, or even just leaving it a hangar like half full with like 1 or 2 mechs, because then people think I'm tanking. What happens if you self-destruct while Deathwalker's reanimating? Then you're just dead. It's the same thing. It's like if you fall off the map with Deathwalker, you're just gone. It just dies like everything else. You don't respawn. Good weapon for Vortex other than Stormrack? Well, you did say good and not best. Minigun's obviously a good choice for most tanks, including Vortex. Nade Launcher and Cryonade are also pretty good for Vortex, actually. That's unfortunate. I heard somebody saying that Graviton Beam on Vortex is pretty good, but I don't know about that. I've tried Graviton Vortex, and I don't think it's... in my experience, it has not been good. I might give it another shot, but yeah, nah, I don't think so. Buddy, you didn't. Stop lying. Is Stormrack Guardian worth it? As in, like, does it involve ranking up your Guardian? No, don't do that. I feel like everybody desperately wants to find any situation that involves them ranking up a mech that they shouldn't be ranking up. Like, guys, just because you have a couple A coins does not mean you need to spend them literally right now. That's the reason you're always broke, is because you keep spending it on the first thing you can afford. That's why I'm progressing so much faster than everybody else did. It's not because I actually, yeah, it was a comment that I got recently. Was like, Oh, I can only lock in occasionally, but you play every day and you already passed me up. I don't play every day. I play maybe 4 times a week. I know a lot of people play a lot more often than I do. And I only play for like an hour, maybe. Or if I'm streaming multiple hours, but... No, I don't play every day. I don't log in every day. And I don't even play tournament, even. Most people play tournament. I don't play tournament. Like, almost never. I haven't played a single round of tournament in probably, like, 3 or 4 weeks. And then before that, I played only, like, 1 or 2 rounds. It is legitimately the issue with progress that you're having is legitimately just that you're spending all of the A coins that you're getting on useless crap. That is the biggest problem. Storm 10 Panther worth it for my free-to-play account? Probably, but you might have a better results putting Stormwreck on something else, in which case Graviton 10s would actually be not a bad decision. That's probably what I'm going to go for mine. The Graviton 10 Panther is really, really, really solid. Because you'll fight some people with some mods, but they'll be pretty weak mods, and you can deal with them pretty easily. And the Stormwrecks, I do think, especially if you don't have the reload implant. Because if you don't have the reload implant, then your reload time is 11 seconds, meaning that you're going to get one magazine out per ability usage. You have 10 seconds of shield time, but you only get to fire 1 time. I can think of a lot of other mechs that can fire 1 time and get perfectly fine usage out of Stormwreck. So yeah, I don't think Panther really needs it. But if you do have the reload implant, then, you know, it'll do good. I just don't know if it's the best use of your Stormwrecks, essentially. Will you buy Revoker on your free play account? Yeah, probably, eventually. That might be the next credit-based thing that I go for. Just getting the Revoker... Probably the Revoker 6 first, just so I can immediately swap out my Ember 8s on Zephyr, and then I'll get the 10 afterwards, so I can do a 6 and 8. Or 6 and 8, a 6 and 10 on Zephyr. Because otherwise, I'm basically just waiting until I get the blueprints to upgrade my Stormwreck. Or maybe I get Graviton. Ooh, yeah, probably should get Graviton 10 as well. I might get Graviton 10 first. Because if I don't get Graviton 10, I'm gonna... Well, I do plan on getting Orion first, so it's not gonna be a little while before I get Panther. But if I don't have Graviton 10 when I do get Panther, then, you know, I'm immediately gonna be left with a situation where it's like I don't really have any good weapon to even put on this thing. So, like, why even bother? Like, why did I even bother getting him? You can use Viper to stop firing before the rocket launches and curve it the next time you fire. Yes, except it's extremely inconsistent. Like, it's consistent enough to where there's definitely a pattern there, but, like, if you do even, like, the smallest thing wrong, and you don't even know what the fine details of it are, but if you do even the smallest thing wrong, it just fires into the nether, and like, you don't see it again. So, wish I knew not to spend my A-coins on useless crap before I spent all my A-coins on useless crap. Yeah, but a lot of people, it's like they hear that. They hear, like, hey, don't spend it. But then it's like, I understand it too. I understand it too, especially when there's something new that comes out. And it's the same thing with credits as well, right? As soon as something new comes out, people want an excuse to get it. They really do. They want a reason to get it because it's new and it's fancy, and they want to be one of the people with the new thing. Like, even when something new that comes out for free to play, if it's not good, most of the time people just want to get it because they want the new thing, and that's understandable. But yeah, no, you really have to exercise a lot of restraint if you want to progress quickly. You really need to exercise a lot of restraint. In the past, you said that in the Aegis meta, Aegis was the meta mech, and Surge, Eclipse, etc. were just counters to her. Would you add that, but Lacewing and Deathwalker as Aegis replacements? Surge and Eclipse, neither of them counter Deathwalker or Lacewing. Lacewing sort of counters both of them just because it can get up to a spot that neither of them can get to. Deathwalker kind of counters both of them just because, like, you can kill it, but then it's just gonna literally respawn. So Deathwalker just can counter both of them. They're basically like, they're not hard counters. It's not like a hard counter in the way that like a Surge counters a Nomad to a degree where it's like the it literally like it's such an unfair advantage that Surge has that it's like not even a question. It's less of a hard counter, more of a soft counter, where it's like generally a Deathwalker or a Lacewing will probably have the upper hand, but not always. And so I'd actually argue the opposite. Deathwalker and Lacewing are counters to Surge and Eclipse, not the other way around. You have to log on to the enemy using the tab button with Viper? I don't think that's true, no. Best weapons for Vortex other than Starmac. I already answered that. But if you're not going to pay attention, then I guess I'm just going to not bother answering you again. Viper's the most consistent at close range because it misses every single time. Points for consistency. Points for consistency. You gotta give it to him. Viper Stalker. Hell no. Surge and Eclipse are counters to each other. Kind of. Not like strictly. Cause like they cancel each other. They can negate it. I mean, like, Surge's EMP does nothing to Eclipse, but Eclipse in turn gains no advantage over Surge. It literally just keeps Surge from gaining an advantage over it. So they don't really counter each other as much as they just kind of, you know, they're just kind of there. Did he? Yeah, I need to get that stupid Hemlock. Ah! Timmy, I'm not taking build request. Stop. I saw it the first time. You didn't need to spam it. I even pointed it out. What's the best UTC time to start tournament? I don't know. Shit, like, you could maybe sometimes get a small advantage if you start when there's like 12 hours left. I don't know what UTC time that is, but yeah, take that with a grain of salt. Was that a yes? That's an I'll ban you if you don't stop. Yeah, that's what I thought, buddy. Is Graviton Salver okay? I would not say so, no. Salver's super, super weak in terms of HP, so the last thing that you want is a weapon that takes time to deal damage to enemies and requires a lot of exposure. So no sustained fire weapons, you should not use those. No, please. He's got a strike rocket. He's got a strike rocket juggernaut. 100 minutes ago you started? Yeah. Oh, hello. Get freaking wrecked, idiot. Oh my goodness. Really? I feel like I could have just fired straight, but instead it's like, nah. It's just gonna fire up into the ceiling. Cause why not, honestly? Brother! Okay. What top tier mech should be maxed for meta? Define top tier, as in like tier 9? Or as in like what are the best mechs that should be maxed? All of them. Like top tier generally means like top performing. So that's kind of a self-defeating argument. if it's top performing, then you should max it. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna strike rocket me. Don't strike rocket me, dude. Oh, yeah, he wins. Yeah, fair enough. You gotta go. Alright, bye-bye. Why do pods deal extra damage when they explode from your multi-layer mod being broken? When they instantly explode and they're on a shield that no longer exists, they deal like two times damage. I mean, there is a double damage chance for Podgon. I don't know if you knew that. Bruh. Yeah, of course they can. Freaking. But yeah, when they're on a shield and the shield goes down, they all instantly explode. And they deal damage. They don't disappear. They don't disappear when the shield goes down. They explode immediately and deal damage. Oh, thank you. Will Neymar ever be available again? I have no idea. I wouldn't know. Do you think Mech Arena is for kids? I mean, in what regard? Certainly not by the monetization standard. Should you max Deathwalker? Yes. I mean, like I said, ignore this one. These are the top 4 mechs. You have pretty much every player should absolutely get all 4 and max all 4. And then the last one's kind of up to you. If you buy Aegis and Zephyr, what should you replace? Aegis to replace Ares. And I guess Zephyr to replace Guardian. I mean, it's pretty linear. Like, rare mechs are lower tier, and they just perform worse. They have less, like, they have less average HP per rank, you know? Like, if you maxed both out, if you maxed out an epic mech and a rare mech, the rare mech's just gonna have less HP. And its ability is gonna deal less damage or whatever. In Ares' case, the shield is like super weak. Does Disruptor work well on Chungus? Maybe passingly. I guess you gotta use the term, you know, work. You gotta use the term well, you know, pretty loosely. Brickhouse is pretty bad, so. Is Disc Launcher still usable? Depends on what stage of the game you are. Disc Launcher is very strong when you first get it in Tier 5, but after that, not really. Yeah, I can already guess that I'm gonna lose this one just by beacons. I have nothing fast, and this is a long-range map. Would you consider replacing Outlaw with Strike Rocket Blockhorn? I guess. I don't know if Blockhorn's the best use for Strike Rocket, though. Like, if I was going to use Strike Rocket, my top three... Of course. My top 3 picks would be Solus, Salver, and Outlaw, probably in that order. My Nomad... Okay, I was gonna say, my Blockhorn better not be freaking dead, dude. Brickhouse is just a better... What happened to my shield mod, bro? It's just gone. What in the world? I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's technically still there, but I'm gonna guess it's not. Nah, I'm cooked. Planning on buying pod guns and you have an epic barrage pilot? I saw a radius thing. I'm gonna guess that was his surge. As is customary. I'm okay with that. I was basically dead anyway. Panther or Orion, which is best? I would go with Orion. Both are good though. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, look at my rockets going into freaking nowhere, dude. Ah, I got him on accident. Let's go. I was shooting at somebody else. Stop it, bro. Well, the Howler's about to get him. Nice. I'm expecting him from that direction. Oh, yeah. No, I was right. I was right. I was gonna say, I didn't immediately see him on the left. So I was like, kind of sussed him out there. Alright, well, he left for now. Probably fine. Certainly won't come back. For any reason. Oh no, he's over there. Run. I'm fine. I don't like the way this is looking. I'm not sure if he knows this, but I'm kind of cooked if this does. Oh, I got him! Let's go! That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I got this build, I suppose. I know what to do about that. Literally cut that out right now. Was he staring at the wall, shooting at the wall, and then hitting me for no freaking reason? Yeah, no, he's gonna kill me with that. Get him, Blast RPG Bastion. I'm certain that you can do it. Oh, I mean, no, he's got... I think I still win, though. Wait. Oh. I was gonna say. Let's go. I would have killed him, but we won influence first. I am surprised. I think he had all 3 of the scouts. Yeah, he did. Eclipse, Surge, and Nomad. Oh, we both got 14 kills. Very cool. Can you ask something personal? I mean, you can, but I'm not necessarily going to answer it. You know? Oh, that's right, because I restarted the game. GG. Oh, he has a panther too. I didn't know that. I don't think I ever saw it. I don't know if he spawned it or not. You need 4 more stars to reach tier 8. You already have Eclipse. You think anything will come out for credits? In terms of mechs? No. I mean, they basically have already said at this point that the only reason Brickhouse is credits is because it's bad. Which people have been saying for a long time. I kind of didn't believe them, but they were right. They were right. That's, yeah. I can admit I was wrong there. But, you say that you already have Eclipse, but you didn't say that you already had Surge. I'm going to go off on a limb and say that you probably don't have Surge, and do you think that Nomad could be a valid replacement for Surge? No. The answer is no. Surge is way, way better, like infinitely better. You could get Nomad also. I mean, like that guy that I just fought, he was using all 3. He was using Surge, Eclipse, and Nomad, and that's a fairly popular thing to do, like if you're playing competitively. Having all 3 is not bad. But Nomad is not a replacement. You cannot replace Surge or Eclipse with anything, if you want the best results, I should say. If you have a Tengu with Revoker 6 in your hangar with Paragon Quantum 8, Ares Cryo Launcher 6 and Arachnus Long Array, is it considered tanking? Depends on what you normally have. If I were to put that in my hangar right now, yeah. Because my normal hangar looks like this. Any weapons for credits? How would I know? You know? There's no pattern to it. Yes, some weapons. I don't know, it's a weird question that I get pretty often. It's like, do you think X weapon is going to be for credits? Like, to what extent do you mean? Are all of the 5 energy variants going to be for credits? Absolutely not. Will at least 2 of the energy variants be for credits? Yes, because that's what they've been doing for years now. But apart from that, it's just all I know is that at least 2 energy variants are going to be for credits. Is the only thing I know. More than likely, there's not going to be any 12s for credits. Disruptor is the only weapon that has a 12 for credits, so it's unlikely for it to happen again. Most of the time, it's like the 6 and the 10, maybe the 6 and the 8. But like, there's no way of knowing. Stormrack 16 is for credits. Like, I wouldn't know. Do you like Transformers? Yeah, they're pretty cool. I don't think I've watched all the movies, though. Can you name some skill-based mechs? I think Blockhorn's pretty skill-based. At least I like to think so. Probably Bastion, too, just because it's, like, most of the time skill-based just means it's not very good. Technically, Redeemer has a skill-based ability, but most people don't actually use it in a skill-based way. Most people just use it as like a, I poke out and then I just backtrack back into cover, which is like very it's not skill-based in that way. I mean, like Tengu, I guess.
Vortex is another one. Because, like, the ability cooldown's really long and the duration's actually not that long. Parasite kind of also is, because you do actually have to be careful who you link to, because you could actually mess yourself up with that. A lot of the tanks, I feel like most tanks are somewhat skill-based. At least to some degree. And then the supports kind of aren't. Like, there's not a lot you can do with supports, to be honest. Probably the next most skill-based category is attackers. I don't use attackers a whole lot, but yeah.
Redox. What's the most dumb thing you did in your childhood?
I'm not gonna answer that, nah.
Should put Revoker on Bastion. Clearly the Revoker Bastion is the reason that I won that. Panther is sort of skill-based. In what regard? Like, literally, the way that you use Panther is you just stay in the back, toss your barrier out, you have legitimate invincibility, basically, from your barrier, and then you just go back before your barrier goes down. Like, there's not a whole lot to be said about that. Where you place the barrier? Okay. I mean, you can get really, really technical. If you want to go there, then everything is skill-based, right? Everything requires some amount of, like, moderate reason and decent cognitive function, you know? Like, you can't just, like, it's like saying Surge is skill-based because you can't just, like, dash into nothing and then people kill you. You have to actually dash at people and make sure that they're in the radius. That's not enough to make it a skill-based mech. You gotta have some kind of standards there. You know, there's some amount of standards you gotta live up to. Is Aegis worth it? Yes. If you're in tier 5, absolutely get it. If you're past tier 5, then you could probably just skip it. It's not gonna be that big of a deal. Oh, it's this guy again. If you do it wrong, it doubles up like Pumas. You need to maximize the length and placement. Again, that's like the most basic thing ever. Like, literally the most basic thing ever. That's like saying you have to be careful to not run into the enemy home spawn with your Panther, because probably you'll get absolutely harassed by people who have close range stuff and beat the crap out of you because you don't have much HP. Like, there's a really low bar that you're working with here. I feel like the bar needs to be a little bit higher to call something skill-based. Because otherwise, like I said, everything's skill-based in that case, and at that point, why are you even talking about it? Mechs aren't very skill-based. Most of them are not, you're correct. The most skill-based mech in the entire game, in my humblest of opinions, was Aegis before they reworked the shield. Because you could legitimately mess yourself and your team up if you did it wrong. Like, big time. But you could also be like literally, you could literally be your team's savior if you did it right. That was the trade-off. Tell us an incident from your school? No. I don't think so. Oh. Oh, nice, he did. Kinda took long enough, though. I feel like that Deathwalker's prying me of his ability. Okay, bye. Gatecrasher needs to find some gates, honestly. And he needs something, right? Gatecrasher's very cool concept, but it's just not useful in any regard. I suppose Gatecrasher used to be pretty skill-based too, back in like the one-shot meta. Actually, I used to get some pretty sick kills with the Ion Beam from Gatecrasher. But yeah, nowadays it's just like you're not going to kill anything. It's not even a matter of skill. You're just not going to kill anything. Okay. Hi there. That's fuck. Oh. He's right there. Is this the hanger you use competitively? With Savant breakouts? You freaking embedded this, brother. Stop that! He knew what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing, bro. Look at this freaking turd. Yeah, should be done. Nah, we already win. What mech has the best name? I don't know. It's an interesting question. I'd say Tengu is a pretty good name. One of the better ones for sure. Brickhouse, yeah. Redox is a good one too. When's the monster sponsor coming? Probably never. Unless this game blew up, which I don't think is gonna happen. At least no time soon. Which mech is worse, Paragon or Arachnos? I'm gonna say Paragon. But only because it only has 8 energy at rank 1. Arachnos, at least, when you get it as 16. And if you're telling me that this is a comparison between a Paragon that's rank 3, at that point you're the worst. And not the Paragon. Should maps have more overhead cover? No, I think it's fine. Like, I think CPC maps actually do it pretty good. There's a very nice balance between cover and open space to where like a mortar or like a guided weapon can do well, but without like absolutely dominating.
5v5 is actually where the problem is because the maps are either extremely good for guided weapons or like literally it's not usable because it's like an indoor map. The 5v5 ones are all messed up, but in CPC I think they kind of have it down. My live says ask anything. Yeah. It doesn't say respond to anything. It says ask anything. And that's the thing that you did. You think I'm legally obligated to answer every question that you want me to answer? People would just like ask for my credit card info. Michael Ross, hello. Honestly, Parasite's a good name. I agree. It's maybe not like the best name, but it's a good name. It's a good name. Believe in the gospel, the blood of Jesus. God has reconciled himself with us humans through Jesus Christ. I agree, but that's very random. I don't think... Is it in response to something? It feels rather off the cuff. Has anyone read the pinned message except you? Probably not. I was joking. In case it wasn't clear, no, Revoker Bash is not a great idea, bro. My most loved combo. I don't know. I think what people want when they ask me that is what they actually want is the most OP combo. And the connection between the two is that for most people, their favorite thing is simply the thing that does the best, the thing that gets them the best results. That's not the case for me. I don't like meta stuff most of the time. I don't like using it. So I do actually feel like people are asking for my favorite thing when what they actually mean is like, what's the most OP thing? But I'll never know. I'll never know. I mean, maybe I will at some point. Probably not today. Any info about next new mech weapon? I mean, there's more energy variants on the suppressor at some point. Oh, I forgot there was that other weapon, the assault one that they talked about, that had like basically the longer it shoots, it basically just like the spread gets worse as opposed to it needing to reload. It just has worse spread. Well, I haven't seen any of that, so I don't know when that's coming. I think, to be fair, have they released all of the Hornet variations yet? I don't think so. Guess I gotta wait for that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bye-bye. But, and then the new mech. There was that support mech that was supposed to come out, but, it's been... Someone remind me when Parasite came out. Like, what day? As in, like, what was the date that it came out? Because I think it's been 10, possibly more than 10 weeks since it came out. Which is very, not expected. Because the most they've ever had between two mechs was 9 weeks for the longest time.
But I'm glad that they're taking their time with it. We don't need more new stuff. We need them to fix the old stuff. You gotta go now? Alright, take care. You're like the second best person who plays Mech Arena that I know. Well, I appreciate that. Ow. Can I give you acorns? No. Same for Stalker, Mimicker, and MD. What do you mean? You might have been responding to someone completely different. Give him acorns, he says. Hell no. You do it. Should I get Carbine? No. Carbine is like literally the worst weapon. Not actually, but it's close. Oh, let's go. If I boost this Bastion, he might actually do some amount of damage. Oh, but I freaking violated him with somehow. Look at this, bro. Savant's a cool weapon. I like Savant. It's just not very good. That's the problem. Oh, poor guy. Poor fella. I was about to end his whole career. You're gonna hack even more games and play more games using hacks. What are you, 12? I'm a hacker, guys. You gotta believe me. Trust me, I'm a hacker. Come on, bro. Nobody believes that. Good free-to-play weapons for Outlaw. Podgun is a solid one. Nade launcher's not bad. I've actually used Missile Rack 16 competitively on Outlaw. It's not bad, because, I mean, most of your goal as an Outlaw is just to kill Deathwalkers, because it's, like, nearly impossible to kill Deathwalkers otherwise. If you're playing competitively, anyway. And so at that point, their mods are gone, and it's just raw HP that you're dealing with. In which case, Missile Rack actually works kind of fine. Deadpool, hello, hi. Why are you saying my name? What's up? What's the most fun setup you've ever used? I don't know. The most fun that I have is usually with the stuff that's newer, because I haven't used it a whole lot. That's why you'll usually see me using newer stuff. Like, I have the Oracle 16 on Panther right now. I think and I'm also using Parasite. I think the things that I used the least when they were new were Hornet and Blast RPG, because they're just so bad that it's not even that fun to play with them because they're so bad. I feel like Savant needs 20 meters more in its range and a tiny bit of damage buff. You could be right. You could be right. I don't know that the damage is necessarily the problem. Like, if I was to fix Savant myself personally, I would probably go with... Because, like, here's what we're working with, right? We could have a very nice and unique guided weapon on our hands with something that's, like, kinda close quarters guided, sort of Missile Rack-esque, you know, mag dump thing. Fires, like, straight if you're, like, right in front of them. These are all interesting mechanics that most guided weapons don't have. I feel like the main thing for Savant is that the target box is way too small. The target box needs to be bigger. And, maybe the reload speed kind of also needs a little bit of work. I think 7 seconds is kind of brutal. Like, if you're getting that close, if you have to get that close, 7 seconds is not great. Maybe higher damage scaling per target. It could be decent otherwise. I mean, like if you land a full magazine on somebody, you can freaking violate them, dude.
It's got good damage already. I don't necessarily think damage is the problem. Phoenixes, you are not gonna stop with that. You are insisting. Oh, guys, actually, you really, really want the sniper meta strat to be there. You can pretend it's there as much as you want, bro, but you're not gonna get me to agree with you. I already said what I said about it. Like, there's no level of practice that would get you good to a point where using a sniper would actually be a good idea against all of these, like, super... Like, you could do good with it, but you're not going to see it in a competitive match, you know what I'm saying? I don't think there's potential enough for snipers to be seen in like a clan war, unless it was like a tilted clan war where like one team had a massive advantage. Yeah, no, it's not going to be like a meta strat, go for the eyes type of super pro sniper thing. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I like I said, I've already said what I thought about it, and I don't really have any reason to change my opinion about it, regardless of what your opinion might be. So you can continue thinking what you want to think, but you're not going to convince me. What's the one thing you would change about the game if you were given the chance to? One thing. I think I'd probably mostly revert the grade update and lessen, like significantly lessen or even eliminate the gap between performance of like common stuff versus legendary stuff. Do you like OG Mech Arena or right now? I mean, it depends on what you mean by OG Mech Arena. OG Mech Arena had a lot of problems too. It's just that people forget about it because they live in nostalgia. Do it. I'm not. I'm just playing solo because I'm trying to focus on other things. Sorry. Two years ago, I don't know exactly what that looked like. But again, I think that was during like Disc Launcher meta. I didn't enjoy the Disc Launcher meta. In fact, the Disc Launcher meta was my least favorite. EMs or railguns and why? Probably railgun, just because it has more shots. If you're gonna use railgun, then you really just have to use it on Orion. Like if you wanna do it late game. And it's just nice to have more shots to work with, and also it deals more damage close up. And so you can more easily deal with like surges that are rushing you or something like that. No rocket mortar meta. The rocket mortar meta actually was pretty manageable for me. You just had to use something like Shadow or something. Like it was annoying for sure, but the Disc Launcher meta was more annoying because literally you didn't have to have a lock on. It was literally just you fire into literally any place on the map that you could, just looking to see if you would get AoE damage. It was the most brain dead meta I've ever seen in my life, bro. Revoker, Nomad, Stormrack, Hemlock, Minigun, Deathwalker, Stormrack, Vortex, and Podgun Lacewing. That's pretty good, but you don't have Eclipse or Surge, so you're gonna lose to most people who have both of those. So, yeah. Just take that as it is. It's a mech I don't really use often. Onyx. Nade launcher Onyx. Oh yeah. He's got Revoker Bastion. Oh yeah, it's OP. It's OP. He's gonna finish his battle. He's gonna come back. And he's gonna be like, oh yeah, it's OP. Guaranteed. Definitely nothing else could possibly happen with that. All right. I'll do another video and I'll maybe make a stream at some point, but Savant, just so you guys know, Savant should be free to play pretty soon. It's not a great weapon, but some people are going to get it anyway. What is a mech that you'd like to see it on? EM rifle meta was goated. Oh, you mean when you could literally one-shot somebody point blank with EM rifles? I didn't enjoy that, bro. Everybody thought they were pro gamers until they freaking took away the auto-aim. And then they cried themselves to sleep. Like, it's ridiculous. Dreadnought. Okay. This is Cheetah. Okay, serious requests for now. Sure, I'll go with Dreadnought. They do kind of have similar mechanics, don't they? The ability and the ability and the weapon kind of have similar mechanics, don't they? Let's see. Is there a skin that I have that matches that? It's kind of like this is just like my all over the place skin that I use with weapons that are kind of all over the place. It's just like, this is kind of what I do. Let's keep with the, no. Viper is terrible, dude. Disruptor. Graviton Beam? Actually, I might do Graviton Beam. I was about to ask what people wanted, but then I realized I want Graviton Beam and I don't care what anybody else wants. Damage. Cooldown. Duration. Oh yeah. Eshan, hello, hi, how are you? Why do you keep screaming my name? You know, you don't need to get my attention by saying it first. Like, you're being a nuisance, is basically what I'm saying. Like, just because I see your first message does not mean that I have, like, you have my undivided attention. You have a question that's, you know, like everybody else who's here, who's just been straight up asking questions as opposed to making it a 30-minute ordeal? Do tell.
You have Eclipse but 2-star. I would recommend ranking that up. You were trying to ask a question, that's why you were spamming and being annoying. Well, I mean, for that, I'll probably just not answer. Cryo Launcher 6 or Ember Gun? Ember Gun for sure, for sure. Cryo Launcher's good, but Ember Gun's better. Oh, I can get you above your shield, you piece of crap. Oh. Yeah, the only problem is the freaking... The freaking Galvanic Hull, bruh. It absorbs like half of my Savant damage. Stop that. Oh, nice. Oh. Oh. He's gonna hit me again. Please don't. Oh. Your hanger is Orion pod gun. Oh my goodness. That's a commitment right there. Guys, if you could make your questions shorter and easier to read, that would be great. Deadpool, you have to go. Okay, bye-bye. Like, I'm trying to play some matches just so, like, it's at least kind of interesting for everybody, and it's not just super boring me staring at the hanger for the entire time. But that does kind of mean that I don't want to spend, like, 30 minutes reading somebody's message. If I can help it. Should you replace Orion or Salver with Eclipse? Yes. I mean, Eclipse is better than both of them, for sure. If you play solo, then probably you should replace the Salver, to be honest. Because Salver is a really, really good team mech, but it's like, I'd say Orion's kind of a better solo mech, to be honest. Dreadnought's your favorite mech. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. You're not spelling it right now. But it's okay. I was trying to be fancy, but instead I just missed. Pay to win is what this guy says. Okay. Hi, how are you? Mech Arena is almost free. Almost free to win? Oh no, he's correcting himself. Pay to win. Mech Arena is almost pay to win is what he's trying to say. No, I would say that Mech Arena is pretty pay to win. Mostly because of mods. Like, the best 2 mechs are free to play. The best 3 weapons are free to play. In fact, in terms of weapons, like, free to play players don't even really need to worry about anything else. Maybe Strike Rocket, that's about it. But it's mostly the mods. The mods are what makes it pay to win. Because you can't get them without spending money. It's ridiculous. Combo makes you laugh the most while playing or watching. Anything with Gemini. Gemini is undeniably the funniest weapon. Just watching it freaking drunk swirl toward people. Ridiculous. You considered taking out Redeemer, but it's such a good starting mech. I mean, I guess. Personally, I go with Orion over Redeemer, but I guess if you need a starting mech, there's that. Can you donate like 10,000 credits and 1,000 acorns? No. Podgun 10 versus Graviton 10. I don't know. Myself, personally, if I was going to get one on my free-to-play account, I think the first one I'd go for is Graviton. Not because Podgun isn't good. Actually, Podgun 10's probably better. But the thing is that I'd want to use the Gravitons on Panther. And even though I could use Podgun on Panther, I already have Podguns on my Aegis, and I don't really want 2 Podgun builds. That sounds like a bad idea. You're gonna go practice snipers? Make your dreams a reality. Or at least come back and tell me if it worked. But I could pretty much guarantee it's not going to. I don't think it's going to. Orion, Panther, Surge, Eclipse, and Aegis, which is the best with Podgun? Orion, for sure. Because the ability also, like, curves around corners and stuff. And Orion's main downside is that it's really weak in terms of HP. But if you're using, like, a guided passive weapon, then you don't need to expose yourself at all. And then Podguns sometimes don't do a ton of damage, but if you're using Orion, they'll do a lot of damage. So, it's just a very good build overall. Mech Arena gave you this account. No. I made this account like 4 or 5 years ago. Eshan, okay, hold on. Eshan, hold on. Was that question that you just said earlier, was that the question that you were bugging me about? Should you get Surgery Eclipse? Both. Whichever one you get first is kind of depending on like what your hanger looks like, I guess. Also, if you play a lot of free-for-all, then probably Eclipse is better. That was okay. If you do that again, I'm going to time you out for a very long time. Because that was literally not worth all of that trouble. I should have timed you out a long time ago for spamming. Oh, okay. Then the answer is no. The question was, do you stream on Twitter? You asked a different question earlier. Do I stream on Twitch or Discord? No. I mean, sometimes Twitch, not Discord though. Is it worth to invest pilots early on? No, I don't really think so. I mean, define early, right? Myself personally, I mean, is a pilot as good as a mech? Right? That's a question. Is having a good pilot just as good as having a good mech or a good weapon? In most cases, I would say the answer's no. Which means even if it's a legendary pilot, for the same amount of acorns, you could get an epic mech, which is probably better. So probably the only time you should really be worrying about getting better pilots is probably after you get Surge and Eclipse in Tier 7.
because the thing is like, you know, getting epic mechs to replace your rare ones is just better. Even if you were gonna get epic pilot, like an epic pilot is not, it's not worth that much, you know. Like a pilot is not nearly as good as a good mech or a good weapon. One of those is way better. So you could use just like a rare pilot in most cases and still do roughly the same. But then when you get to tier 6, getting better pilots is kind of not a bad idea in tier 6, but at the same time, what you really want at that point is just to be saving A coins and spending as little A coins as possible to save up for Surge and Eclipse. So probably ultimately it's a better idea to just get them first and then get the pilots. But pilots are a very tricky situation because everybody's going to do it slightly differently, and there's no real like best way to do it. It just kind of depends. You want 10,000 A coins? How can you save them and from where? I mean, play tournament as often as you can, but mostly just don't spend them on anything, you know? You just gotta hold yourself to it. You just gotta be like, I'm gonna save this amount of A coins. I'm not gonna spend it on anything else. BMP posted a video? Just now or earlier? Because I know he posted that one. The no weapons one. Oh no, he posted a short. It was a short from the no weapons video. Yeah. Free to play is very tough. It can be, but I mean, I'm not really having a lot of trouble on my free to play account. I think the main thing is that a lot of people spend a bunch of resources on stuff that they don't need, and stuff that they don't end up using. You got 3 kills and an MVP. OP. It's OP, bro. You just gotta trust. It's OP. You going to sleep now? Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you for stopping by. Should you buy miniguns? You already know the answer to that. There's no way that you show up in this many of my streams and you don't know the answer to that. I think you're just saying it for the sake of trying to get me to answer something. How much A coins have you ever saved up, Max? I mean, currently I have like 52,000, but that's just because I haven't been using them on anything. On my main account, obviously, so I get more A coins on this one than I do on my free-to-play one, but I think 60k is the most I've ever had. Yeah, shall max it too. Oh yeah, it's just natural selection at that point. Just let whatever happen happen. You know what I'm saying? It's not the worst idea. I feel like this guy's low HP. Oh. What are you doing, pal? Yeah, he's low, Oh. Yeah, it figures. Oh, that's... I should not have been that close to my shield because all the pods went off at the same time. He has Helix Track. I'll bet you it's freaking kill shot, bro. Bet you it's a freaking kill shot. Don't do that. No, he's not moving. Might be a Scorpius. Do those look like Helix 16s? Ow, they might be. I have not seen a Helix rank Gatecrasher in a long time, bro. That's incredible. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. OP, bro. OP, bro. I don't know what you think is gonna happen with that, but whatever you thought was gonna happen ain't gonna happen. Pretty much guaranteed. Today's discussion was about single-layer shields versus multi-layered shields. In order to fix the single-layer issue, would you go to the hefty price reduction route, or a massive HP boost route, or a bit of both? I think if the goal is to encourage people to buy more of them... Okay, well, I think we end up in the same place either way. Because here's the thing, it's like, okay, you want... It's either... The choice, essentially, what I'm getting at. The choice is either you want to encourage people to get more of them, or you want to change the meta, and change the meta itself away from... multi-layered. Which would also encourage people to get more of them, obviously, but the thing is that I think those are kind of the same, because the people who are mostly buying mods, because mod parts are basically impossible to get unless you spend, the people who are mostly buying mods are just simply looking for the best stuff possible. So I think changing... What I'm getting at is I think that it has to be worth it. The end game max result needs to actually hold up, and it not just be a budget-friendly thing. Because if it's just a budget-friendly thing, then single shields being objectively worse and also budget-friendly means that it's basically even furthering the gap between free-to-play and pay-to-win, essentially. You're still going to have the same problems, except maybe not so much on the lower SP side of things. Now, I wouldn't complain about lowering the price. If the goal is to make them equal in value, then obviously I think they should be equal in price as well. So... yeah. I mean, that would be the ideal way to do it. I would prefer that one not be just strictly better than the other. And obviously not be the more expensive one that's better. I mean, the only saving grace about the multi-layer meta is that it's also the cheapest one, which is just a very handy and convenient truth. You know, it's that the one that's the cheapest is also, well, the cheapest legendary, I should say. The one that's the cheapest is just also happens to be the best one. And so that's just very handy. And I wouldn't want that to be done over by a different one that's even better, but also more expensive. That would suck. So I guess to that extent, yeah. A bit of both, to the extent that, you know, I think they should be similar price, maybe not necessarily... If you didn't want to make them equal price, that's fine, but the price currently, I think, is like a massive freaking difference. Let me check. The price of a perimeter multilayer is 115. It's basically it's more than 10 times that amount for a regular perimeter without the multilayer. More than 10 times the amount. The upgrade cost is also slightly more, but not like a ton more. It's mostly the purchase cost. Actually, no, I mean, the upgrade price is like 50% larger as well. But yeah, the purchase cost is 10 times the amount, dude. That's for perimeter multilayer and perimeter. The blockade multilayer and blockade is slightly closer. is in terms of purchase cost. In terms of upgrade cost, I think it's actually further away. I don't really know what their logic was on that, to be completely honest. But yeah. No, I think if you want to legitimately encourage people to get single layer mods, you actually have to have the performance to back it up. It's like saying, I mean, there's basically no way that anyone doesn't understand what I'm saying at this point, but it's just like the one final point that I'll make about it, just because it's like it kind of came into my head. I think it's a good analogy. Is like, it's basically like saying that we want the revoker meta. We want to reduce the revoker meta. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna make revokers way more expensive. Like it doesn't solve the problem. It just makes it harder for certain people to get it. But you still end up with the same thing. You create more problems than you solve, really. You still end up with the same meta, but it's just less accessible, you know? So that's what I think that would be akin to if you were to just reduce the price or if you were just to increase the effectiveness. So I think the effectiveness should be the same and the price should be the same or similar. Oh wait, I can do this. When a good crate rush event coming out? I don't know, bro. There's no good crate rush event schedule, bro. They've been making a lot of random ones though, for like 6,000 A coins or whatever. Obviously, Howler 8 rank 3 is not a good one. This Savant crate was also not good. They're all rank 3 and Savant's not even a good weapon. So when will Howler be out? Not for a while, I don't think. The next legendary one is Savant. Fuse Mortar should come out at some point, but I don't know. It is an epic weapon, so I don't know if they plan on doing like Fuse Mortar and Savant together, or maybe they're gonna delay Fuse Mortar for some reason. I don't know. After Savant should be Overdriver. After Overdriver is Railgun 8, but they're probably gonna skip Railgun 8 and go to Howler, so Howler's after Overdriver. Yeah. So that's like what? 3 more weapons? So it's like 3 months-ish. What's the worst build you've ever used? Autocannon Brick House. I mean, like, there's builds that I've used that technically shouldn't exist. Do you mean like full energy builds, as in like I'm filling the full energy capacity? How's Frontiers going? The meta in Frontiers is kind of frustrating at the moment, so I've been playing it less, to be honest. But they already have plans to nerf the super meta stuff. They're already doing like rebalances and stuff, and that's just really nice to hear. But everything's super accessible too, so it's like nerfing that stuff is not gonna be like a big issue for people, because like they can always get this other stuff. It's really easy to get all this other stuff. But yeah, the current meta is like really spammy. It's basically a rocket mortar, and it's rocket mortar meta paired with revoker meta essentially. It's not a ton of fun, but the game itself is good. I like the game. I'm not very good at it though. I will say that. I don't know why I'm still using this build. Except for the fact that it's just fun. Should I hold off on buying mods because of that survey they took, and maybe they'll change mods now? Just have wasted all my resources. You definitely could. You definitely could. I don't know, like, when they would change it, if at all. So, I mean, you could definitely be playing it safe by not spending it, but at the same time, it's like, how long are you waiting? And would it ultimately end up being a better idea to just buy it now? Oh, this is a visual bug. Okay. Yeah, this is like I can walk through this. The shield isn't actually there. No, you suck, bro. You're back? You had to go? That's fine. Welcome back. Pod Grenade is worth it. Oh, yeah. Pod Grenade's my best weapon. I have Stormrack on my free-to-play account, but Pod Grenade's my best weapon. And, like, it's not even that close, either. Like, it's significantly better. But that's mostly just because, like, the enemies and the bots don't really use mods at that level. And Stormrack is really good against mods and stuff. Good damage output. Podgun can strip mods pretty good, but it'll take multiple mags to kill anything, so... Disruptor Brickhouse a good build? In that you probably should use it for the sake of its effectiveness alone? No. You almost said the B word? No, I didn't. Maybe you just misheard me. No, I was... I've almost swore before, but not right now. Not in the last 30 seconds. The worst full energy capacity build is probably the Stasis Beam Lancer. I don't know if I used a Stasis Beam Lancer. When did did I ever use that, and when did I use that, if so? The worst build that I recall using was Fragment Gun 14s on Redox, but this was before mods. And I think before the Great Update 2, potentially? No, it was after the Great Update. It was after the visual redesign, I think, but... No, bro, that was awful. It was such a pain. It was for a video, too. Like, I had to get it. I had to get at least one kill with it. I don't... Or at least I told myself that I did. I don't remember exactly what happened, but... It was really difficult. It was really difficult to not die, like, immediately with that thing. You just Eclipse Orion and Panther. Which should I pick as my 5th? Surge is costly and can't afford right now. Okay, then fill the slot with the best that you can until you can afford it. Or buy a credit-based mech like Zephyr if you don't, but you probably already have it, realistically. The solution, like, when it comes to this thing is expensive, and I'm not going to have the A-coins for it for a while, the solution is not to spend all of your A-coins on something else. It's just going to make it harder for you to save up that amount later down the road. You already have Eclipse, and maybe you saved up for it, maybe you bought it, I don't know. But, you know, if you want to save up for Surge, then you kind of just have to do it sooner rather than later. And just bite the bullet. Yeah, maybe you'll lose a few more matches between now and then than you otherwise would have, but you know, at least it doesn't take you like 30% longer because you bought something else with A-coins first. To be honest though, Orion, Panther, Eclipse, and Aegis is kind of like one of the best hangers that you could use. If you have Killshot, maybe use that. If you have Redeemer, maybe use that. But don't buy them. Don't spend A-coins on it. Just save your A-coins. You meant a couple of minutes. Nah, I didn't. You didn't offend me, no. No, I'm just saying that, like, no, I'm chilling right now. I know for a fact that I didn't almost say I've gotten close to saying some things before, but no, not during this stream.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, it's kind of the same thing that I did last time, but this kind of just is the best build for this map. I don't really have anything better. You were confused, but now you say for search? That's a good choice, I think. You wait for his ability to end, if possible. Hey, never mind. I guess it's not possible. Bro's gonna mess me up. Don't. Oh, he also has a block horn? That's cool. I don't know why I was, like, doing that to look around the corner. That's not really how it works. What's your favorite lasagna? The one with the most cheese. As if there's any other kind. And I think the most common is, like, beef lasagna, but if anybody hasn't had chicken lasagna before, it's actually kind of baller. I haven't had that in a long time, but it's solid. Yeah, I was sort of tempted to, but I decided it was not going to be a good idea. I'll just dump that on him instead. See, he's fine. He's just sleeping. Okay. Okay, they did kill him though. That's good. No. Bro. These Blast RPG Bastions literally don't deal damage, but they're so annoying. I mean, they're not that annoying. Like, it'd be more annoying to actually die to something, but... Where'd he go? Did he die already? There's no chance he died already. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, bro. No. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm done. Nothing that I have can kill this thing. Could somebody else kill it? I have too many guided weapons. Come on, where my bots at? Bruh. Yeah, he's right there. Good job. You spam revoker clip. You haven't actually had chicken lasagna ever. Never even heard of it. That's fair. I didn't think it was a super common thing, but actually, like, it's pretty S tier. Better than regular lasagna? Maybe not, but it's significantly different. Significantly different, very good. Make a video on how to use nades better. Maybe. I don't know if I have many tips for mobile players, though, is the problem. Because I use them in a very specific way that kind of relies on the minimal aim. Very cool. Oh, it's a nice build. He's got a couple gamer builds and then a couple of super lame ones, but I'm gonna wait until he goes into a battle. I'm gonna time drop him. I want to get you back for that. Heal nerd. Look at his battles, dude. There's no way. It's gotta be his second account, right? He's got like no battles. Maybe I just got kind of unlucky. Or maybe I just sucked. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. 37905. Did that victory inspire you to spend more money? Only 17, actually. Oh, No, I mean, these are maxed out, I guess. Yeah, that's crazy, actually. Would have thought he'd have more SP than that. You've played competitively. Do you agree with the guide that 2 role-oriented teams, 3 control and 2 support, perform better? Or what would you consider the ideal competitive team mix? At least 1 support. I don't think 2... Nah, he got a fine. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think 2 is super useful. Because I mean, there's been some extreme cases, obviously. I think having 1 support is good, but not always necessary. The game generally rewards pretty aggressive play, and there's plenty of mechs that can do it really well as well.
Salver was a good addition, though. Salver was a good addition because it can heal certain things that can actually be like pretty game changing. But I've definitely seen and fought teams that went too heavy on the supports, and they had like 2 or 3 supports out at all times, and they weren't really difficult to beat because it was just like they didn't have any pushing power, and ultimately our forward power was greater than theirs, and then they just had like a couple support things in the back, so we'd end up killing those as well, and it was kind of like a non-issue. But especially with like Strike Rocket was a good weapon addition. Podgun and Strike Rocket. Podgun's pretty good. Strike Rocket. We never know. Suppressor could change things. Suppressor could change things theoretically. You never know. But especially like Salver, kind of Outlaw, but especially Salver, did really... Like, there's a lot of specific things in competitive play where actually, like, the best way to deal with it is with, like, a backline thing. Like, Deathwalker, like, if you have an Outlaw, you can basically just GG a Deathwalker. And that's extremely useful, because otherwise they just keep respawning and coming back over and over and over again. Salvers specifically to heal teammate Lacewings, because Lacewing's hard to deal damage to as is. There's, like, 1 weapon that can even get it, and that's Strike Rocket. Podgun too, but people don't typically use that as much. And so Salver can be, like, really good. Solus is really good against Lacewings. So I think the support, the value of support mechs themselves is higher than the value of the support role. But having 1 on the team is pretty much always a good idea. I think in general, like the Flu clan was a slightly more passive, had like a slightly more passive playstyle than most clans, and we've definitely lost to people who were stacking more aggression on us. I think most often the easiest wins were the ones where people had the most support mechs.
Like lots of strike rockets and pod guns and like Solus and stuff. I think probably the most ideal, if we're talking like the most ideal lineup, I'd say like out of 5 players, you have maybe 4 support builds total. 3 to 4 support builds, I would say, is probably like the sweet spot. Because they last a long time too. Like if you play them right, then they last a long time in the battle. And so while you're standing there, you know, in the back playing support, everybody else is going out there dying. And if they're dying and they're left with their supports, eventually you're left with nothing but support stuff, and you can't really continue the fight at that point. But then having backup supports or multiple different kinds of supports is probably good. So yeah, no, I think 3 to 4 is probably the best. Like 3 to 4 builds per team. Especially as lately the new guided weapons have no minimum range. Those are good if you're playing solo, not really good in a team setting. Because if an enemy gets close to you as a support build, it's GG. Because guaranteed they have like a Seeker or a Surge or an Eclipse or a Nomad or something. You're dead. There's no amount of good thing I have close range capabilities on my strike rockets. It's like you're not gonna kill it. You're cooked. It's over for you. But so like the minimum range doesn't matter so much. I actually think the quick lock on time of strike rocket is the most important feature. What role do you think is the most important? The aggressive one? Everything else is basically like the aggression is the whole point, because you have to grab beacons and stuff. Let's assume this is a beacon game mode, I suppose. I haven't played a lot of 2v2 or 5v5 competitively, so I wouldn't be the person to ask in that case. But let's assume we're playing CPC. The whole point is to be aggressive, or to have some level of aggression to be able to capture and control beacons. You can't capture them unless you're aggressive. And honestly, like, you could spawn a bunch of like of defensive stuff and use those to protect beacons. I do think defensive roles are the most I want to say underrated. Yeah, underrated. It's the most underrated role. Actually, very rarely does anyone have any like strictly defensive builds. I find like even just like Nihilus having a block horn, it's good. It's really, really good. But ultimately aggression wins over in the end, because, you know, aggression, like, you can just take it. You could just take the beacon back, even if someone's trying to hold it as much as they can. You could just take it back with enough aggression. You can do anything that you want, really. And the support roles are basically just there to help the aggressors. I mean, to some extent, I guess it sort of depends on your definition of support, because Lacewing specifically is played extremely passively with Stormites. Like it's one of the more passive builds. Almost always, you just stay in like a home spawn, like, or an area kind of close to home spawn. You're not really going anywhere with a Lacewing. And you're playing passively. I wouldn't call it a support role, but I guess depending on your definition, you could call it a support role. But it's definitely passive. The aggressors are the ones that grab the beacons. The passive ones are the ones that, you know, get a lot of the kills, and, you know, they don't die, at least, so that's nice. Defenders are just basically just there to stop the aggressors to some degree. And the supports are basically just there to help the aggressors to some degree. But ultimately, I think, like, if you made a full team of any one role, the most important role is definitely aggressors. Best mech and weapon to unlock in tier 7. Surge or Eclipse, kind of depends on your situation. Best mech for Graviton Beam. Panther's good. Eclipse is good. Surge is okay. I assume because it's Graviton Beam that you're talking about like free-to-play mechs. Because otherwise I'd list like, you know, Bloodhorn's probably not bad. Bastion's not, like in terms of Graviton Beam builds, actually Bastion's not that bad either. Dreadnought on a scale of 1 to 10. Assuming 10 is like uppermost meta, 9 is like it can be used competitively, but it's not super common, like a less, you know, slightly less meta. Assuming that, I would probably put it 8, where it's like you could arguably use it competitively in some cases, but you probably shouldn't. Dreadnought's strong, but it's not that strong. Stormhammer, you gotta go? Oh, you just gotta go. I see what you got. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Was the oldest mech in the game? I don't know. Well, I mean, there's no way that they released the game with only one mech. So technically the game didn't exist with only, like, you know, the game existed with multiple mechs. It wouldn't have existed with only one at any point. So there probably is no one singular oldest mech. In terms of which one they made first, I think, yeah, probably Paragon. Hanger of Eclipse, Hemlock, Vortex, Panther, Redeemer. What do you play 2v2? Simply the fact that you use Hemlock tells me that you play 2v2. I would like to know how accurate my assumption is. Stop, you're tickling me, bro. That's so weird. Really? Scares you. Let's see if we can make it over here. Oh, well, hello. Freaking Gemini. I'm just gonna... Yeah, bye-bye. He's gonna curve it all the way around here, isn't he? I freaking told you! They don't miss, dude. They don't... Whatever. I'll get him back for that. I'll just... No, of course, all of mine in the wall. Stop. I mean, you have Blast RPG. What are you gonna actually do to me? What are you gonna do to me, buddy? What are you gonna do to me?
freaking nothing, that's why.
What the hell is that? He's gonna stun me again, but it's fine. I'm alive? That is incredible. I really would prefer to not... Okay. I was gonna say, I really prefer to not have that beacon red while I'm right next to it on 1 HP. Okay. Pew. Just because this is a home beacon, they might even spawn here to try to get back. Unless this is actually their last mag. Which might be. Nope. There we go. We play 5v5 customs and CPC. We being who? Your clan? You trying to play competitively, I assume? Okay. In that case... Eclipse, Hemlock, Vortex, Panther, Redeemer. I mean, you kind of need a Surge. Surge is kind of just like the best mech for any game mode except for free-for-all. Simply, like, it's not able to hard counter everything. Like, you might die to a Deathwalker, and you're not going to have a super easy time killing an Eclipse. But the things that... part of the reason Surge is just so stupid is because the things that it does counter, it counters to such a hard degree that it's literally... It's so unfair that it may as well not even be possible for them to kill you. Just because of EMP. It's like, it's a free kill, you take 0 damage, you basically just get to kill them for free. Surge is that strong to a point where, like, I don't think anyone to any large extent could even hope to play competitively without a Surge. Kind of the same goes for Eclipse, but I think Surge is maybe a larger degree. So, I mean, like, obviously Surge would be the best in that case. Let's assume that you're working on it and you're gonna have it, but you don't have it yet. Hemlock, Vortex, Panther, Redeemer. Now, I'm gonna base this mostly off of CPC, because, like, again, I don't play a ton of 5v5. Panther, Hemlock, Vortex, Redeemer. Redeemer is your weak link for sure. There's no way the Redeemer is not your worst mech in there. Unless you have it, like, stacked on mods, or if you have it upgraded a lot more than everything else. Or if that's, like, your only Stormwrack build, then maybe. And then the last one was Eclipse, sorry. Eclipse, Hemlock, Vortex, Panther, Redeemer, yeah. Okay, so Eclipse obviously stays. Hemlock is a fairly popular support. It's not the worst. I mean, out of all of these, competitively, I see Hemlock the most out of these 4, right? Vortex... I don't love it, but it is your only, like, defense, and it also is the bulk of your aggression, too. Unless you count Eclipse, which you probably shouldn't be super aggressive with because it doesn't really have anything to protect itself. Tell me what weapons you have on these. I might make this the last thing I do before I stop the stream. Because I know that by doing this, I'm going to get a lot of people trying to be like, hey, can you put my hanger together and tell me exactly what I should do? I'm in tier 4 and I have an Ares. Like, you know, I don't. I'm doing that. I'm doing this in this case because at least it's like late game thing, something that I'm actually familiar with in terms of like optimizing. Is Redeemer worth upgrading for late game? Absolutely not. I'll tell you the same thing that I've told everybody here like an hour or two ago. In terms of mechs, there is no mech that you should be ranking up or even really upgrading, period. There should be 0 mech rank ups at all from the start of your account until you reach tier 7 and after you've bought Surge and Eclipse. That is the only time you should be even considering ranking up your mechs. Now, obviously, not a lot of people know that, and obviously almost everybody has already ranked up at least one thing. So like, don't worry that much about it. It's not going to ruin your life. But basically, for future reference, no rank ups. There's no exceptions. Don't ask me what about this, what about this. No exceptions. Until you're in tier 7 and you have both of these, there should be 0. You shouldn't even be considering ranking up any of your mechs. In terms of weapons, in order to make full use of Panther's 20 energy, because at rank 4, Panther starts at 20 energy. If you have Panther, it could be a good idea to rank up Stormrack 10 or Graviton 10. Graviton 10 is very, very good on Panther specifically. Stormrack 10 is just a better weapon in general. And if you don't have Panther, you could rank up Stormrack 10 and just be able to use 2 10 and 6 Stormrack builds, and that's also a good idea. But only do Graviton if you have Panther and you're going to put it on Panther, obviously. And those are pretty much the only 2 things that you should even be worrying about in terms of rank up. Maybe rank up Revoker, because you'll need it when you have both of these, but you're going to have to get one of these mechs first, and you could probably rank up your Revoker while you're waiting. It's probably a better idea. Yeah. Because like here's the trade-off essentially. The trade-off essentially is like you could rank it up first and not use 2 Revoker builds, because realistically, what are you going to put Revoker on? What 2 mechs are you going to put Revoker on out of tier 5 and tier 6? No, you're not. Maybe Zephyr, maybe Killshot, but probably not realistically. Like, the Zephyr won't even do that well. You probably shouldn't even be using Zephyr, to be honest. But I guess it depends on what you have. But those are kind of like the only 2 that you might put 2 Revokers on. And at that point, like, to be honest, Stormrack's probably better on Zephyr than Revoker is, because at least Stormrack doesn't have to get close. Zephyr is hella weak, so it does benefit from having ranged weapons. Zephyr does. And so at that point, it's like, okay, you're not really doing it for that. You're doing it for long term. You could rank up Revoker so that you can have 2 of them by the time you have both of that. But then it's like a trade-off of like, okay, which one do you get first? Which one do you have first? Do you get 2 Revokers and make it take slightly longer before you get your first mech of these, Surgery Eclipse, your first one? Do you duplicate it and then make it take a little bit longer? Or do you get that first and then just use the single Revoker 10 and 6 until and then duplicate it afterward? Basically what I'm trying to say is you end up getting one of these sooner, and you end up getting a good, really, really, really good Revoker build in sooner if you just don't rank it up. But that's like whatever. Most people are probably going to forget it, what I just said, and just rank it up anyway. The point is, there should be 0 mech rank ups, period. Stormwrack Eclipse, uh-oh. It's kind of off to a bad start, I'm not gonna lie. Stormwrack Eclipse, Revoker Vortex. I don't like where this is heading, my guy. I'm not gonna bother with pilots. Hemlock Sniper. What does sniper mean? There are 3 different legendary snipers alone. Panther, Overdriver. Okay, cool. It's like a minigun substitute, and minigun's a decent weapon for Panther. Nade Launcher, Redeemer. Okay, good. At least you're not using your best weapon on Redeemer. Quantum / EM rifle. Okay. I'll just say EM rifle. Okay. Stormwrack Vortex. They're really... It's kind of the only good Vortex build, if I'm being honest. And Revoker Eclipse is basically just as valid. It's like... It's top 2. It's top 2. My personal preference in CPC specifically is minigun on Eclipse to have a little bit more range so that I can kill enemy surges more reliably. But I would say like 80% of late game people use Revoker on Eclipse in all modes. So it's still a top tier build. It makes maybe your Eclipse slightly worse in 1 or 2 areas, but it's better in others. But it makes your Vortex significantly better. I would ditch the snipers entirely. I don't think that's going to work. Nade Launcher on Hemlock is actually not bad. So let's go with... Let's remove that. Put Hemlock here. Where the hell is it? Okay. So Nade Launcher, Hemlock is not bad. Sustained fire weapon, basically a minigun substitute on Panther, that's not bad either. But essentially you have 2 kind of passive builds. You definitely don't want another passive. You have one kind of aggressive / defensive. It's your only current defensive one, so maybe you should focus a bit more on it. You know, maybe you should leave that as a defensive build and then focus more on a more aggressor. Another reason, part of why I say that is because this is like a super, super aggressive build, and it's maybe not going to last the longest amount of time. So at that point, I mean, what else do you have in terms of mechs? I'm not even sure what you have. I'm going to assume that buying a new mech is off the table, because otherwise you just, you know, buy and or upgrade. Let's search. Vortex minigun. Vortex minigun's not bad. But it's kind of the thing that you use if you don't really have anything better. I'm not opposed to taking the Stormwrack off of Vortex, because Vortex is not the best mech. It's not going to last a super long time. So I'm not hard set on that, but I do think that that switch was optimally better overall. Up to tier 6. Everything up to tier 6, he says. You might be in a little bit of trouble. Might be in a little bit of trouble. You could do Kill Shot as a kamikaze.
Okay, so there's 3 mechs that I can name that are very good. That are actually like... Okay, I said 3, but I meant 2. There are 2 mechs that I can name that are actually like sort of competitive worthy. Like even like max late game competitive worthy. You're not going to see them a lot, but you will see some. And then there's also Killshot. Depending on your SP, Killshot could be very, very effective still. You definitely wouldn't see one at my SP, but obviously, like, I'm like 15,000 or whatever, and I don't think that you're quite there yet. So if you're like maybe 8,000 or lower, I think you could probably get away with a Killshot. Because what I would prefer you to have is another aggressive build, one that you could most ideally actually use in place of the Eclipse so that you don't have to waste your Eclipse for any aggressive push that you want to make. Once again, this is your beacon defender. If this is dead, like, you're not defending a beacon with anything else that's currently here. You're not defending a beacon with anything else. So if you don't have to use this aggressively, I would prefer that you didn't have to. The weapons on these 2 specifically, I'm not like 100% firm on. Those could change depending on the mech that you go for. But depending, he says, but I can buy a new mech. Why, just buy Surge at that point, or buy the Aquins to upgrade Surge. I don't know. If you mean like a new one, I don't think there's any that's like really... I don't think it's really worth it. I mean, like, Blockhorn or Parasite could actually be really, really good, but to replace Vortex, not to replace Surge, right? If you wanted to get one of those, sure. I mean, Deathwalker's I should have said Deathwalker first. Deathwalker would be the best option for you to get in terms of like just like buying mechs. Because it's yeah, obviously pretty hard to kill. Up to tier 7, sorry. Well, I mean, to be fair, there's really nothing in tier 7 that's actually that includes Redux and Scorpius and Brickhouse, and I really wouldn't change my answer. No. What is your SP though? Sorry. Because, like, okay, option number 1, you use Killshot as an aggressor, basically a throwaway, a kamikaze, if you will, to do the aggressive things that 6k, yeah. Killshot could probably still work. To do the aggressive stuff that, like, you kind of need to do, but you don't really want to do because it could cost you your Eclipse or it could cost you your Vortex. Alternatively, your 2 other options. Option B, I like a bit less, would be Orion. Orion is really good. Like, I see more Orions late game than I do Panthers in terms of, like, competitive. But the problem is that leaves you with 3 backline support type things. And that leaves you with either with 1 aggressor and 1 defender, or with 2 aggressors and no defenders. And that's not a great situation to be in. The last option that you have is Aegis, in which case you can make Vortex have the role of an aggressor and make these both your aggressive things, and then have Aegis as basically your beacon defender, which is, depending on the situation, going to be significantly less effective than Vortex, but potentially more effective than Vortex in other situations. So, yeah, it's a bit similar to Panther, unfortunately, in that, like, it's only really helpful if the enemy isn't right on top of you. But it can counter surges, though.
relatively effectively. If you know how to use the dome to counter surges, it's actually pretty good. Any weapon for 5th mech? I mean, it depends on the mech that you go for. If you... What other weapons do you have, like, that are good weapons? I assume you know what good weapons are. Or, as in, like, I assume you know which weapons are good and which ones just aren't. So, like, if you have any, like, actual good weapons, then let me know. In the case of you using Aegis, where your Vortex is a stand-in aggressor, I would actually swap these weapons back because your Vortex isn't going to last a whole long time, and Eclipse is a really, really useful mech just to keep alive, just in general. So putting the Revokers on it is a bit more risky, but potentially higher reward, but I don't think that that's necessarily... I don't think that's necessary. If you're using Vortex as an aggressor anyway, you're not going to get much use out of the Stormwreck, so you may as well just go with Revoker in that case. Podgun, Minigun. I mean, myself personally, I prefer Minigun on Panther over Revoker. So if you could do that, I don't know what energies you have. So if you could do that, then I probably would. And then you could put the Revoker on Vortex, or if you use Killshot, you could put the Revoker on Killshot. And if you can't really do that, the Podgun Orion is actually really good. You could maybe even get better results with Podgun Hemlock than you would with Nade Launcher Hemlock, I guess, depending on the levels and energies that you have. But it's worth giving a try anyway. Podgun Minigun. Alternatively, you could do like Stormwrack. If you can fit the, if you can't fit the minigun on Eclipse, but you could on Aegis, then minigun Aegis is really good, obviously. Otherwise, Stormwrack Aegis is good, and you could put the minigun on Eclipse. I do prefer. Okay, here's essentially my thought process. If Vortex is a defender, if it's your only defender, then it should have Stormwrack or possibly minigun, whichever. It should not have Revoker. I don't think it should have Revoker. Because Revoker's only effective when people are literally on top of you. And Vortex's ability doesn't last a super long time, and you're gonna die to like a surge most of the time. So you kind of want to get them before they get close to you, and also the burst damage of Stormwrack means that you can fire even after you've gotten EMP'd. So it's nice. If you're using it, but in general, apart from this being your only defender potentially, in general, I would it's probably a good idea to not have your Revoker on Eclipse, because Eclipse is just a really good mech to keep alive. That's why I like it with minigun. I would say minigun's the better one. But if you can't do minigun, then, you know, Stormwrack's play better. And then in terms of the Aegis, I probably would go with, like, between the three, I kind of like the Aegis idea the best. And then making this your aggressive thing, because it solves the issue of this being with Revoker. It's kind of annoying. You can put the, I suppose you put the Revoker on your Vortex just to be aggressive with it, and then minigun on Aegis. If you can't put minigun on Aegis, or Eclipse, I should say, then maybe do Podgun on Hemlock and Nade Launcher on Aegis. It's very difficult for me to work with because I know people have some weird energy capacities for different things, and they have like their mechs are weird ranks and stuff. Oh, he just gave me his ID. I probably should. Scheiße. Knocked off my check. All right, hold on, I'll be right back. Don't technically need that. Hold on. I had a notebook here with like a bunch of notes and crap on it. I mean, as notebooks do. I don't know that it had anything super... I don't think it had anything like super useful on it. Just random calculations of stuff. Most of the pages are wet now, but whatever. Okay. Think you went to the store to get another drink? No, I was trying to just clean it up, bro. Ah, yeah. See, this is why I didn't really want to check his hanger, because now I'm getting people who are like, oh, rate my hanger too. That's not what we're doing, okay? I'm in too deep, though. I'm too invested in this. I can't just be like, ah, yeah, whatever. At this point, you just gotta figure it out. November Ajax. That's crazy. He's only Ajax in November. Damn, wow, but alright. 8s. 8s on Panther. Getting a Revoker 6 would not be a bad idea. You might think that maybe this Ember Gun Revoker thing would be stronger, but Ember multiplies your Revoker damage by 50%, so you're essentially using a single Revoker 15, when you could be using Revoker 16, 10 plus 6. Yes, there's also the damage from Ember Gun. Does that multiply your ability damage? It might. In that case, it might be worth it. Your ability damage is half decent. I'm not really going to worry about pilots at the moment. Hold on. Okay, sorry. It boosts ability damage as well. Yeah, I'm not really surprised. What are we looking at? 2 10s, sure. You're rank 5, you're rank 4. That's not gonna work. You have 2 storm rank 10s. I said rank 5, you rank 6, sorry. Everything is rank 4 except for the Eclipse. In which case, technically you could do maybe 2 10 and 6s, but probably your best bet is to leave it as double 10. Yeah, double 8s. 10. I thought you said you had an EM rifle. Well, his Scorpius too. Podgun. I think Podgun 8s would do better than Quantum 10 and 6 on Hemlock for sure. This is probably fine. This is probably fine. This is probably fine. What miniguns do you have? Should you get Viper 6? No, Viper is not very good. There's better weapons to get. Revoker 6, Storm Rank 6. Minigun 8. Okay, perfect. You could use Minigun 8s on an Aegis. And I think that would do better. I mean, it should do better than this. And then, like I said, use this as an aggressive thing. As clearly you're intending to do anyway. And then keep this as it is, because it's your best weapon on your best mech. Well, you don't really have the reload, which is unfortunate, but it is generally just your best weapon on your best mech, and it's pretty often a good idea to just keep it that way. Lessening your storm rack effectiveness by trying to use 2 storm rack builds might not be terrible, but I don't know what you'd put on Eclipse, to be fair. Maybe Minigun 8s and then Storms 10 and 6 on Hemlock. The Storm Rack Hemlock's really, really good. And then another Storm Rack on 10 and 6 on Aegis, maybe on Redeemer also. I mean, if you want to play around with those options, that's probably worth doing, so long as it doesn't cost you anything to, like, upgrade. You know, if it doesn't cost you anything, it should be fine. Otherwise, yeah, I would mostly just say replace the Redeemer with Aegis. Like, the Redeemer is pretty useless at this point. You could put the nades on Vortex? Yes, but then what would you put the Revoker on? You know? Like, we're already dealing with, like, he has one Revoker build, and it's kind of already the best one. Maybe put the Revoker on a kill shot, but the kill shot's not going to last any longer than, like, 45 seconds. So putting a weapon that strong on a mech that's not going to last is probably not a great idea. You're obviously not going to put it on Redeemer. You're obviously not going to put it on Aegis. You're obviously not going to put it on Orion. And, again, like, yeah, I mean, I guess you could potentially do Revokers on, the Revoker 10, whatever, on Eclipse, and then do other stuff with the Storm Rack, but I don't think that's, yeah, no, it's, at that point you'd be putting the Storm Rack on Vortex and not on Edge, not Nade Launcher. Easy screw Revoker. You just bought Orion, what weapons? I would say Podgun's probably like the best Orion build. It's one of the better ones just in general, but it's definitely going to be the best one that you have access to right off the bat. Is Aegis Stormrack better than Aegis Podgun? Depends. On my free-to-play account currently, no. Stormrack 10 and 6 would actually do worse than my Podgunades. But that's just because I don't really have the reload implant for Stormrack yet. Stormrack is basically gets twice as effective once you get the reload implant, because it reduces your reload by half. So you're able to fire twice as often. And it really, really drastically changes the way that you're able to play it. So, yeah, there's that. But the 3k SP range or whatever that I'm currently at, nah, the Podgun will do better. Big fan, much appreciate. Yeah, okay, well, that's... And that, fellas, is why I don't do hanger reviews. It takes, if I want to genuinely, if my goal is genuinely to give good advice, the best advice to possibly give to people, if that's genuinely my goal, which it is, I'm not gonna try to give advice if it's not, like, useful. Like, at that point, I may as well just not even bother. What was I going with that? Where was I going with that? Yeah, no, it's basically I'm just trying to say, like, it takes me like 30 to 45 minutes to try to, like, I have to communicate back and forth with people. We gotta go back and forth. I have to figure out what you have. I have to figure out what is, you know, what kind of people you fight. I have to figure out what you're looking for. I have to figure out what you're using. I have to figure out all this stuff. Even if I was looking straight at his hangar, but I had to figure out everything else that he had that wasn't in his hangar, that he had available. And, like, I have to just keep going back and forth. And that's why I don't do hangar reviews. Because that's the only way to get good advice, because I have to know everything that you have to get the best, to give the best advice. Otherwise, I'm just throwing stuff out there. What are the best weapons for Hemlock? Stormrack is just the best weapon for Hemlock. It's a lot of damage in a really short amount of time. You can deal all of the Stormrack damage while they're still under the EMP delay. So when you daze someone with Hemlock, as soon as you hit them for the first time, there is a, like, 2-second EMP time. Maybe it's 3, I don't remember. But there's, like, a 2-second EMP time that they're stuck there for before they can start moving again. Stormrack can get all of its damage out before that EMP time is even over. And that's why it's one of the best ones. I mean, also with the fact that it's just Stormrack. But yeah. Best weapon for Ares and Guardian. Don't worry about Ares and Guardian. Just use them with whatever and replace them. Don't rank them up. Use them with whatever works that you have and replace them. Don't worry about them. Any other options for other than Stormrack and Podgun for Hemlock? Not really. I mean, like, maybe Nade Launcher's not the worst idea. Nade Launcher's not the worst idea, but apart from that, I really wouldn't say that anything else is worth using. Missile rack, I suppose. Like, if you want to go there, it's basically the same thing, though. Maybe. Well, no, you said besides podgun. I was gonna say podgun as well, but yeah, no. Besides that, yeah. Other than that, not really.
Like I said, you want to rely on heavy burst firepower to get them while they're EMP'd. There's not a whole ton of weapons that can do that. Some of them can, like Helix Rack even. It's not the worst option, but yeah. I mean, like, it's a Hemlock. Like, if you're using Helix Rack, like, you may as well be using that on Orion or something like that, just to guarantee that you one-shot them. Meta weapon for Deathwalkers, Storm Rack. If you can't do Storm Rack, then minigun. Like, the answer is pretty much the same for everything. It's like, the best weapon for every mech is gonna be either Storm Rack, Revoker, minigun, maybe Strike Rocket if it's like a super support style thing. But yeah, there's no. The best weapons are kind of always the same. The mechs don't really change it that way. But yeah, anyway, that's going to be it from me. It has been like 3 or 4 hours. Does anyone have any final words? I'm not checking anyone's hangers, don't even ask. Any passive builds can I use in 5v5 or 2v2? 5v5 you could probably get away with like 2 passive builds per hanger. 2v2 I would not use any, honestly. Like maybe 1. But that's only for the Arboretum or whatever super long range 2v2 map. Otherwise I would not use any. Stormrack 10 or Missile 16. If you have the implants, probably Stormrack 10. If you don't, then probably Missile 16. You see some skins that aren't in the Fortune Vaults. There's really no way to get them outside of, like, participate in a community event on, like, their Discord or something. The Mech Arena official Discord. Any requirement for defensive build in 2v2? Not really, because I mean, what are you defending against? In the entire thing, like defensive and supportive builds are mostly just CPC things. Supportive builds can be good in 5v5 just because like everybody's camping, like there's not really any reason to rush. But like yeah. It's basically just all aggressors at that point. When it comes to deathmatch modes, it's basically just all aggressive mechs. Just to try to get as many kills as possible, obviously. Overdriver Deathwalker? Should do decent, yeah. If that's the best you can do. I would say that's maybe 3rd or 4th best option. Definitely not bad. Since you can ask anything, you'll ask a question you haven't asked in a while. 1v1, no, is the answer. You can ask whatever, but I'll answer whatever I want. Alright, this guy clearly wasn't paying attention to what I said. Alright, guys. Thank you all for stopping by. Take